How are you?
Well, tired. I slept awful. How are you?
I'm awful because I'm over here running the fucking board.
Do we have to take a week off? Well, we could always do that.
With the Masters going on, not this week.
Well, we're taking Friday off.
I'll figure it out. I will figure it out. But it's just less
Isn't
than
he?
ideal.
Isn't he here through Wednesday?
Yeah, but I got to figure out how to run all this.
I
I
get
have no idea how to do any of this, David. I'm in full blown panic mode right now.
it. Okay.
You won't have to worry about this just because I can take each hour and cut it and then post it. But this is just how I record. But I won't have to. I can just have to fix it.
So does the show open on its own, or do I have to open it? So I do nothing at 6 o'clock. That fires all by itself.
6:01, 7:01, 8:01. And then like so you can see it. That's the show open. And then the manual break is that after it plays, it stops. Oh, hold on. You gotta wait till it goes dark sometimes. And then that's 30-second, 30-second, 1 minute, and then the cue, and then 5 minutes, and then the region.
Morning, everybody. Racer, I agree. I don't think one technical would have changed things, but yeah, I mean, obviously the officials did not have control of that game and then took control of the game and were awful.
Were you saying something, David?
I was just talking to the Twitch people.
Okay.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. It is the first Monday of April. Hope you had a great weekend. Didn't fall for any April's Fool's jokes as we ask you, how the heck are you? Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Thanks so much for being with us. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How was your weekend?
My weekend was great, David. You know, it's that time of year, a lot of sports going on, but a lot of kid stuff going on. So we were just full tilt boogie all weekend long.
Did you fall victim to an April Fool's joke in any way?
Not at all. Unfortunately, though, my wife didn't either. My daughter and I every year try to get my wife, and she was having none of it this year whatsoever. She was ready. She was alert. She was upset with us before the April Fool's Day even started because she knew it was coming. And I her. The more I think about it, I'm really rotten. I've had my daughter fake several serious illnesses with elaborate plans of, problems with the urine. I mean, I've gone to great lengths to try to drive my wife absolutely crazy, and she was having none of it this year. Absolutely none of it.
So she woke up in a bad mood, even though the attempt had yet to be made.
Exactly. 100%.
Wow. Maybe you needed a year hiatus. Did you guys still make an attempt?
It was a horrible one. The daughter, I had it. I had the idea of the daughter in the kitchen. I wanted her to drop something and yell as if she had cut herself with a knife and get the wife to run in from the other room. But after I'd set up the plan, the daughter sometimes they don't wait. They don't get the timing portion of it. And when we're both in the kitchen, it's not the time to spring the plan on the wife. She's got to let me escape, go to the other room, do something. And she let up way too soon. Premature. on the planning, so we were thwarted in our efforts this year.
All right. Okay. Who knows? Maybe you need to take a short hiatus to bring the element of surprise back into the equation.
My brother-in-law's birthday is April Fool's. He's had to deal with this his whole life. You know, every year on the birthday cake, the candles don't work type thing.
I don't know. I kind of like that old standby gig there. I like it. I did not. I will say I was intentionally staying away from Twitter all day Saturday because I'm like, listen, people are going to go nuts. And I agreed with Seth Everett, who said on our show in the middle of last week, he thought the whole Elon Musk blue checkmark thing was just going to be a big April Fool's Day ruse. And I have no idea if it is or isn't, but my understanding is people who had check marks heading into Saturday still have check marks, right?
You know better than me. I don't do a lot. I don't do much Twitter outside of work.
Right. I don't either, but I mean, it's just paying attention. You know, that's what everybody was obsessed with heading into Saturday. Well, then, you know, obviously we had a lot of basketball going on Saturday, and, you know, people were announcing their goodbyes from jobs that they had and what have you. And I'm reading this stuff and I'm like, okay, this is all a very weak attempt at an April Fool's joke. I'm done with you guys. So, like, I didn't even make it to noon Saturday. I'm like, you know what? I am going to avoid Twitter for the rest of the day because everybody was making their weak attempt at an April Fool's joke of some kind.
Well, it's a good place. Twitter's pretty weak to begin with. So if they're going to make weak April Fool's jokes, that's a great platform to do it on.
Do you know what also was weak this weekend? The officiating. Oh, man. And I have to admit, maybe I'm the only person who was upset with Saturday's officiating because I haven't seen anybody talking about the officiating on Saturday. Don't get me wrong. FAU blew it in the final 40 seconds. They did. And San Diego State scored, got a stop and scored. Great shot, historic shot. Okay. Love when a team executes down the stretch in the clutch. Absolutely love it. Hats off to them. But did the officials not hijack that game from FAU with about 7 minutes to go? Or was I watching something completely different from the rest of America?
I think you were watching something. I didn't think they hijacked the game from them. I thought FAU, David, I thought we'd start using the C word for FAU.
Yeah, I thought the officials came out of the second to last media timeout and basically said, we're going to let San Diego State do whatever the hell they want. San Diego State had 12 offensive rebounds in the game. They had 7 in a 5-minute stretch. Really? In the meantime, during that same 5-minute stretch, FAU got called for 6 fouls. San Diego State got called for none. 3 of the 6 fouls were phantom. Absolute phantom. A baseline drive, untouched. A clean block at the rim, foul. All right? Mark, honestly, and the reason that I don't think anybody's talking about it is because San Diego State kept missing their free throws. And to me, that's why the officials kept calling more crap against FAU. Mark, there was a 5-minute stretch in which 9 fouls got called on FAU to 1 for San Diego State. Come on, Mark. We've seen a lot of basketball. Down the stretch of a Final Four game, 6 fouls in a row called on one team. 9 out of 10 called on one team. Almost all their offensive rebounds for the game happened in a 5-minute stretch. They were throwing FAU all over the place. No call. I don't know. And I wasn't rooting hardly at all. I was just watching. I think I'm the only one who saw it that way, though. Although I think our guest next hour thought something similar was happening as well. But I really thought FAU got zebraed. They still should have won. They didn't. Okay. That's on them. And hats off to San Diego State in the final 45 seconds. But I really thought they got zebraed, Mark.
Well, I see where you're. There was the block. I definitely thought was an all ball because I was texting with people during that. I wasn't texting with you. The baseline one I don't recall off the top of my head, but the fact of the matter is I don't think FAU did anything offensively to earn fouls on the other end either. I mean, there was part of that they were stagnant. They were standing around. Their offense became very pedestrian after moving the ball incredibly well. They panicked in the moment. They weren't able to get good shots up. They weren't driving the ball where they could earn fouls. And I think the way the game was called, at some point, you got to try to earn a foul at that point. They were settling for jump shots and not getting the ball to the basket.
They were up 3, and Davis drove hard to the rim and got fouled. No call. It's a big no call, too. It's the only time Dusty May really reacted to the officiating. Listen, FAU still should have won. The officials were not the reason that they lost. But let me tell you, I thought they interjected themselves in that game for a 5-minute stretch and said to San Diego State, we're going to give you every opportunity. You got to finish, but we're going to get you there. And then they said down 3, 45 seconds ago, we'll take it from here. Thank you. The other thing, Mark, which struck me, and you know what, maybe the officiating bothered me to the point I thought the announcers were in the tank for San Diego State. I didn't think they knew anything about FAU. They barely knew the guys' names. FAU, Owls, Dusty May. That was about the only thing I thought they knew about FAU. But Jim Dutcher, longtime Michigan guy. They've known him 30 years. Okay, Tracy Wolfson, Michigan gal, sitting behind the San Diego State bench the whole game. Okay, Steve Fisher and his son. Oh, yeah. I thought they knew everything about San Diego State. They knew FAU was from Florida.
And they knew Dusty May's name.
They did. Said it a lot. So, I don't know. And I got to admit, I thought that long before I thought the Zebras got involved in the game. But whatever. But that's not the game that people are talking about the officiating for. Woo-wee.
No, and a lot of people watched last night and Friday night. Women's basketball had a banner weekend from a standpoint of eyeballs on it.
And Mark is somebody who's broadcast women's college basketball for 35 years. I am glad many of you who tuned in for damn near the first time got a chance to see how terrible the officiating has been. I'm glad you got to see it. I mean, I would have preferred if they could have put their 3 best officials on the game and they had done a terrific job. But I am glad you all got to see what those of us who have been around the sport for the last 35 years have seen on pretty much a nightly basis.
And they made it about them last night.
Woo-wee! That's who we tuned in to see. Not a Hall of Fame coach and a great story, 2 years from 9-13 to a national title. Not Steph Curry, okay, for Iowa. Transformed as Caitlin Clark. No, not interested in any of that. Don't get me wrong, LSU was going to win anyway. They shot 65% from 3. They shot 56% for the game. They were going to win.
Last night was their night.
Yes, they were going to win.
When they banked the one in at the end of the half, that should have told you that this is their night.
Right.
I mean, that was the moment in which you said, well, they're not going to miss tonight because they're just going to bank one in to finish the half after everything has gone in the entire first half.
But the striped shirts didn't help, and they certainly hurt our enjoyment. Man. A lot of people watching, though.
Oh boy. A lot of people watched Friday, which means a ton of people watched last night. Or late yesterday afternoon, I should say.
And they put that game at 3:30. Now they put it on a network, put it on ABC, but they put it on at 3:30. Wonder if they had put that sucker at about 7:30 last night. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for waking up with us on the Florida Sports Network.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. We're through one break. We're into one break. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. Yeah, they did. Took 2 out of 3. Came back from 5-0 down yesterday. Yeah, they're good. Barring a collapse, they're going to go to the NCAA tournament one way or another. Guys, Mark's sitting where Felipe sits because Felipe's taking time off here in a few days, and Mark is going to have to produce the show and get us on the air. So he's being trained. So RCB, I think if you look closely on they were getting pushed around on those free throws. Okay. I mean, some of them were on them, but I don't know. I just thought for about 4 or 5 minutes there, San Diego State was allowed to wrestle.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour on this Monday morning, the first Monday of April. It's Masters Week, baby. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Mark, you doing okay over there? You're doing like 6 jobs at once.
You don't really want that answer this early. You really and keep this voice where it has.
Well, that's why I asked this early. I figured you'd be able to fake it this early in the show, that if I asked 2 hours from now, the truth would come out. I figured I'd just, get you to play along at 6:22.
Just fantastic.
Okay. I have to admit, you're cutting in and out.
Yeah.
For me.
Too, David, and I don't know why.
Yeah. So, Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. So, did you see the Friday night ratings?
I did. Monster ratings.
Game didn't start till 9:45, 10 to 10, Friday night on ESPN. I mean, 10 to midnight, basically.
Yeah.
And highest rated basketball game, college basketball game in 15 years on ESPN. Of any kind.
Yeah, men or women.
Correct.
15 years.
2008. All right. A Duke Carolina game in 2008. Ever so slightly beat it. All right. 5.5 million people watched on average. It peaked at just under 7. Iowa, Caitlin Clark, 41 points, snapping South Carolina's 42-game winning streak. Friday night. 5.5 million on average, peaked at around 6.7. I mean, heck, the first semifinal, by the way, LSU Vatech, 3.5 million.
Yeah, they were there for the prelim, David.
Right. That's a big number, by the way. In fact, that was their national semifinal record until the nightcap. So, to give you an idea, it was the highest rated sporting event on ESPN that is not Monday Night Football and the college football playoff. All right. The most watched sporting event on ESPN since Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals last year between the Heat and the Celtics, which did a little under 10 million.
Those are staggeringly high numbers for women's college basketball. Sports should be doing cartwheels all day long today.
So then the championship game was moved from cable to a network, but it was also moved up. You know, this final had been in early evening, whether it was a Tuesday night or a Sunday night. But since they put it on ABC, ABC said, we'll show it, but you got to fit it in the 3:30 to 6 o'clock, 6:30 window.
They fooled me. Things going on the first, 3 minutes of it. Like, oh, snap, this thing started than I thought.
Down 17 at the half. I wonder if that will hurt the ratings at all, or if people stuck around to see if Iowa and Caitlin Clark could make a serious run, especially since we've had men's and women's tournament. We've had, big comebacks. San Diego State just the day before was down 14 early second half and slowly, methodically came back and won it at the buzzer. But the closest Iowa got was 7. All right, the big controversy. Caitlin Clark talks a lot of trash.
A lot of trash.
A lot of trash. Her game may be Steph Curry, but her demeanor is more Luka Doncic. Okay, she talks a lot of trash. And for as much as she and her game was celebrated, she probably could have picked up a couple technicals along the way for all the trash talking and, the face washing that she did, the John Cena, I can't see you move and what have you, which she did against Louisville in the region final.
She's a huge trash talker.
Mm-hmm.
After the win, I think people, before we get to what happened at the end of the LSU game, at the end of the semifinal game, she celebrated a bit by herself. Game ended. She's the one running to the crowd, not to her teammates. She brings a lot of attention to herself, and I love watching her play, but it's undeniable that she seeks the spotlight. She should. She scored 41 in the semifinal game, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's after 41 in the region final.
Right.
So when a team stood up to Caitlin Clark and Iowa and would beat them, should it really be shocking for those that pay attention to sports that maybe, just maybe, one of the players on LSU would give Caitlin Clark a little dose of Caitlin Clark back? Now, Angel Reese went overboard and acted like a 9-year-old. And sorry to speak badly of 9-year-olds. In fact, your soon-to-be 9-year-old would probably take offense to me describing how Angel Reese acted as a 9-year-old. She'd say, no, maybe a 6-year-old.
Yeah, there'd be far more repercussions if my daughter acted that way, David.
Right. Yes, but what if the neighbor's 9-year-old was the one, talking trash on the playground? No?
Oh, you got a dadgum good point right there, David. Sometimes that happens.
So anyway, people all bent out of shape, taking the sides, then it's a black-white thing. Caitlin Clark is white. Angel Reese is black. If you're okay with how the white girl acts, you got to be okay with how the black girl acts. Okay. Oh, this is a thing, Mark.
Well, we have a villain. We now have a villain, and the villain is LSU. And when you add to it Kim Mulkey as the head coach, who is all about Kim Mulkey, and she's great. Come on, this woman's done 4 natties now. Took a team that had not 2 years ago, won a national championship this year. It's remarkable.
I think she's the first women's coach to win a title with 2 different programs.
But she is her best supporter.
Oh, yeah. Kim Mulkey's a fan of Kim Mulkey. Ask Kim Mulkey. Right. Got the Liberace wardrobe. Okay. For those that don't know, look it up. All right. And I mean, Bobby Knight's watching Kim Mulkey on the sidelines going, hey, take it easy. Calm down.
10-second call when they're up about 10 there, and she just about chewed that girl's ear right off.
Not only that, I thought she was part of LSU's defense there. I thought they were playing a 2-2-2 zone. She was on the court so much. But Mark, isn't this great for women's sports and women's college basketball?
100%. Because Caitlin Clark's coming back, and LSU's the defending national champ.
And Angel Reese is a sophomore. Now, I guess she could leave, but yeah, no, she's got to do one more year too, doesn't she?
She's got to do one more year.
I mean, this is fantastic. UConn's going to be loaded. South Carolina's going to be loaded. People might actually be interested in women's college basketball next year. Trash talking certain teams and players wearing the black hat. What more could you ask for besides good officiating?
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, it's back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Caitlin Clark can go to the WNBA, but she's not going to because she will make far more money with NIL at Iowa than going to the WNBA. Had to Google Liberace. Liberace's outfits, Kim Mulkey's outfits. I think they're similar. In fact, I think Liberace's looking down from heaven going, oh, she is styling. I will say Canada Relief, they don't let you have ties anymore. Remember, with Bowman, his whole coaching career, you could have a tie. So, Phil Jackson won Coach of the Year once. I mean, Tom Thibodeau's won it twice. Makes no sense. They did a tribute to Zim? Really? Hmm. It's interesting.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network. FloridaSportsNetwork.com. Bobby Regan of Barstool. Talk some college hoops 1 hour from now. David Sampson, Pat Kerwood, amongst the many who will join us tomorrow. We'll start to get neck deep into our Masters talk tomorrow. By the way, we're not going to have a show Friday. It's Good Friday. We never take any of the holidays off. We're going to take this one.
We're taking a day. Felipe's taking a week.
Right. That's pretty much
basically 2 weeks because I'm going to do his job for the 3 days that I'm here to train. So basically, he gets 2.5 weeks off.
Wow.
At least that's what it is in my head.
Right.
I can't even look at him. I don't even look at him during the breaks, David. I look at the wall. My anger is so high right now. You have no idea.
So it's going to be a very healthy dynamic. It's going to be kind of like the Iowa women's team and the officials. Okay, it's going to have that kind of warmth in the booth, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I feel like throwing the ball behind my back and getting into technical right now.
Did you hear the official explanation after the game as to why they gave Caitlin Clark the technical there?
She thought she was a softball official and that Caitlin was showing her up.
No. Good guess, though. I like that.
Thank you.
That's really solid. Apparently, Iowa had been given a delay of game warning earlier. So by throwing the ball away, and of course the ball didn't go far because it bounced and hit a camera person and bounced off the camera person, went right back on the court. Okay, but all right, that therefore second delay of game warning in essence equals the technical. It's a national championship game.
They've got a lot of baseball umpire in them, those officials last night, David. Or yesterday afternoon, I should say.
That's not good. Not good. I mean, see, normally, even though women's college basketball is much more popular than this, but there wasn't that long ago which you could play one of these games and there'd be no talk afterwards. You could have it be officiated like this, and outside of the absolute diehards that are following it, women's college basketball had about as much oomph, Mark, as a LIV tournament.
Yeah, they played one of those over the weekend too.
They did.
On television and everything. I mean, I don't get it because I have DirecTV and they don't give us the CW as part of our package, but it is officially there. I'm aware of it.
So you're still unable to get this?
I could through my HD. I mean, I'd have to move some things around and do a couple of things. I could get it on. I have no desire to.
Okay, so it doesn't matter who's at the top of the leaderboard either.
No, because I didn't look on Friday or Saturday or,
Gotcha.
Didn't look Friday night, Saturday night, or Sunday morning to see who was on the leaderboard. In fact, I'm really looking forward to this next segment so I can find out what the hell happened with Live Golf.
Well, without further ado, it is time for...
Five-story.
That's me. That was my fault, David. I jumped you there. See, I'm new at this.
On Miller and Moulton. Here's number one.
Mark, you can do whatever you want. I will certainly roll with it. I promise you that. Hey, LSU won the Women's College Basketball National Championship. Hell of a story. 2 years ago, they won 9 games. They went and hired Kim Mulkey away from Baylor. And in 2 years, a bunch of transfers, some NIL, and her outstanding coaching, LSU lost just 2 games this year, and they win their first ever national championship. She becomes the first coach to win titles, women's titles for 2 different teams. 102-85 over Caitlin Clark in Iowa. Clark had 30, including 8 threes, but LSU led by 17 at the half. Closest Iowa got the rest of the way was 7. And when they got to 7, then the officials started calling a bunch of fouls. Hell, they even threw in a technical. LSU shot 54% for the game, 65% from 3. Jasmine Carson, who hadn't scored in her last 3 games, scored 22 in the first half. LSU with 3 players scored 20 or more points. LSU beat Iowa 102-85. A lot of people talking women's college basketball today, complaining about the officiating, talking about the trash talking and the taunting going on. Mark, this sport's arrived.
Yeah, today's a really good day for women's college basketball because people are going to be upset at who won, about how they acted. The hero was beaten and beaten decisively in the final game and then mocked on her way out.
Men's championship game is tonight. No Florida teams allowed. San Diego State, a 7-point underdog against UConn. Aztecs looking for the first ever title. UConn looking for their 5th with an over-under of 132.5, Mark. Basically, Vegas has this game right now at 70-63 UConn. Place your bets accordingly. UConn is averaging winning their games so far in the tournament by more than 20 points per game. Miami, after the first 10 minutes, didn't have much of a shot in the semifinal. Big NBA day and weekend yesterday. Knicks clinch a playoff spot, and there's a difference between the playoffs and the play-in. Top 6 in each conference make the playoffs. Teams 7 through 10 are in the play-in. Knicks clinch a playoff spot. Brooklyn nearly blows a 17-point lead, but holds off Utah by 1. The Nets have a 2-game lead on the Heat with 4 to play, and Brooklyn owns the tiebreaker. So it really looks like Miami's going to end up in the play-in, playing either Toronto or Atlanta in a battle of 7 versus 8. Chicago all but clinched a spot in the play-in by beating Memphis by 21. Denver edged Golden State without Jokic, 112-110. Denver's one win away from clinching the 1 seed. Golden State, meanwhile, in danger of losing their playoff spot and becoming a play-in team because suddenly the Lakers are healthy and good. They went to Houston and won by 25. They're a half a game out of the playoffs, Mark. They're the 7th seed, tied with New Orleans. Minnesota was a 20-point favorite and lost to Portland. It's the biggest NBA regular season upset in over 30 years. Huge loss for the T-Wolves, drops them into a tie for 9th. Sacramento also lost in overtime to the Spurs, and they were like a 17-point favorite. A Blazers-Spurs parlay you could retire today. Atlanta edged Dallas. Kyrie with a foul with 2 seconds left in overtime in a tie game. Atlanta hit the free throws and beat the Mavs by 2. The Mavs right now are out. They're the 11. Nothing. Zip, zilch, nada. OKC lost to Phoenix, but they're a game ahead of Dallas. Phoenix has all but clinched the 4 seed. KD with 35 in his return to Oklahoma City. Milwaukee, Giannis with 33, beat Embiid and the Sixers by 13. Milwaukee 2 up with 5 to play for the best record in the East. Boston, however, owns the tiebreaker. Mark, your Pistons, man, are they trying to get the number 1 pick in this draft. They're 1-20 in their last 21. Orlando whooped up on them at home, 128-102. Magic actually tied for 11th. They have no shot at the play-in, but they've playing pretty good basketball in the second half of the year. They're tied for 11th in the East. And Cleveland's 1 win away from clinching the 4 seed. They beat Indiana by 10. Also, over the weekend, the biggest NBA news, players and owners and everybody, they came to a labor agreement. A 7-year deal takes them through the decade. Neither side can opt out for the first 6 years. There's a secondary spending limit. So like what the Warriors are doing with this huge payroll, you're going to be penalized a lot more if you continue to do that. Postseason awards, Mark, are now tied to games played. You must play in at least 65 games. So you can still miss 17. I mean, you can miss over 20% of the season and still win MVP.
65 is the number they went with, huh?
65, correct. You can play 4 out of 5 games and win any award you want. Adam Silver is having his Rob Manfred moment. Adam Silver got his in-season tournament. I don't understand it, but from now on, we're going to have a tournament in the middle of the season. The games somehow count. And players can earn more money because that's really a big problem in the NBA, players earning money. Also now, Mark, like Jaylen Brown, who's eligible for a contract extension, but they can only offer him 120%. Now they can offer him 140%. And teams can now have more than 2 Supermax players at the same time. That's really good news for the Cleveland Cavaliers because they already have 2. And this Evan Mobley guy, they're going to want to keep. So just saying. So that's the highlights of the new 7-year agreement between the NBA and the Players Association. And now with labor peace, what does the league do? They sit down and negotiate a new TV deal. Baseball. Rays swept the Tigers 21-3 over 3 games. They won 5-1 yesterday. Jeffrey Springs had 6 no-hit innings before he had to come out because he threw 81 pitches. So the Rays are 3-0. The Marlins are 1-3. They lost 3 of 4 to the Mets. 5-1 the final yesterday. Marlins can't hit again. They scored 8 runs in the 4 games. Yankees shut out San Francisco 6-0. Judge and Stanton both homered. Yankees took 2 out of 3 from the Giants.
Stanton's home run still to come down.
Yes, unbelievable. Boston scored 9 runs in all 3 games against the Orioles. They only won 2 of them, including 9-5 yesterday. Washington avoided the sweep at the hands of the Braves, 4-1. Cincy took 2 or 3 from Pittsburgh, 3-1. The Twins beat the Royals and swept them, 7-4. Royals didn't score in their first 2 games. White Sox and Astros split a 4-game series. Dodgers and Diamondbacks split a 4-game series. Padres and Rockies split a 4-game series. The Guardians took 3 of 4 from Seattle, 6-5 in 10 innings. Thank you very much. Brewers took 2 of 3 from the Cubs, 9-5 the final. Cards took 2 of 3 from Toronto, 9-4 the final. Ohtani and Trout both homered for the Angels, who shut out Oakland 6-0. And Texas swept the Phillies. 29-11 was the score in the 3 games. 2-1 was the score yesterday. NHL, Penguins a winner. They're 1 point up on the Panthers. Both teams have 5 to play for the final playoff spot. Islanders have a 2-point lead on the Panthers, but they've played one more game than Florida, and the Islanders lost yesterday to Carolina 2-1. Boston became the 4th team to have 60 regular season wins, marked 4-3 over the Blues. Jonathan Toews came back over the weekend. He hadn't played in 2 months because of illness. He's strongly hinting that the next week and a half will be his last week and a half in the NHL. Corey Connors won the Valero Texas Open by 1. Brooks Koepka won the LIV event in Orlando by 1. Patrick Reed T3, DJ T7. And second ever winner from China on the LPGA Tour, Ruoning Yin, won because Georgia Hall missed a 5-footer for birdie on 18, the LA Open. NASCAR, Kyle Larson a winner, Ross Chastain third, Alex Bowman leads the points. And the WWE and UFC are going to be under the same umbrella. The folks that own the UFC Endeavor, reportedly today, Mark, they're going to buy the WWE. So they had their big WrestleMania over the weekend, and today they're sold.
George Kittle helping out McAfee with his win in WrestleMania. In case you were wondering, David.
And Snoop Dogg, right? With the flying elbow at the end?
Yes.
John Brockington, 74 years of age, passed away at the beginning of the weekend. The answer to the trivia question, first ever running back to start his career with 1,000-yard seasons in each of his first 3 years. One would have thought Jim Brown would have done that, even though he led the league in rushing as a rookie, but he did so with just under 1,000 yards. Former Packer great John Brockington was 74. And that, Mark, was...
That was the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
You know, I may have sped through some stuff there. But
this machinery is starting to fall apart. Literally, I put my hands on buttons and buttons just disappear and fall off. I'm replacing buttons as I do the show.
See, I think you should just take all the buttons and leave them on the side for, you know, when the regular people that work there come in, because they're already so happy with us. They'll think like they'll think that like we did it.
They'd be right.
Well, technically they'd be right, but it's not like you're in there breaking the equipment. The equipment is just rotting away.
Fighting through. This will be a fun week, David. I'm really looking forward to the next 8 shows.
Well, it's a good thing we're taking Friday off. Who knows? We might be taking more than that. Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. Where else can you get radio like this except the Florida Sports Network?
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts, flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com, flgolfcarts.com. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I just heard that apparently the finish was the closest finish in like a really long time. I didn't know how you do that with those cars. It was about going home, but it was also because she was not on good terms with the Baylor AD. And so she wasn't happy. And so when LSU called and offered her what they offered, she went, okay. Well, Paul, they did the same thing against South Carolina, and South Carolina went 4 for 20 from 3. And gardening or guarding?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Monday, the first such one of April. Big time of the year. National championship game tonight. Jim Nance's college basketball swan song. It's the beginning of Masters Week. Major League Baseball season just had its first weekend. We're 3.5 weeks away from the draft. And we got people talking women's college basketball today. Mark, what in the wide world of sports is going on here?
Well, what a exciting time if you're involved in that sport to have the ratings that you did over the weekend. To actually, I mean, think about it, David. They ended up with a 2 and a 3 in their final.
Yeah.
In a sport that only has 1 seeds. Typically, you have 4 1 seeds in the Final Four, let alone the fact that a 2 and a 3 played in the final. You had the story of Caitlin Clark, which was an amazing story. Kim Mulkey is one of the more popular, or at least most known coaches on the women's side. They couldn't have done much better than this for how it worked itself out through the Final Four. Could have put a UConn in there, would have made it a little nicer for them, but you know what I mean.
First NCAA women's tournament where neither UConn, Tennessee, nor Stanford made it as far as the Elite Eight. First time ever. So, you got a 4 and a 5 playing in the men's final, a 2 and a 3 playing in the women's final. That's diversity for women's college basketball, a 2 and a 3 in the championship game. Believe me. But Mark, I mean, we had serious trash talking this weekend. We had Dawn Staley post-game late Friday night, early Saturday morning, taking exception with how her team has been described by not just the national media, but also worked in the Iowa coach, who in an interview leading up to their semifinal game said that, well, South Carolina, they're big, they're tough. We're going to have to be ready for a bar fight. And Dawn Staley took exception to that. And the Iowa coach is like, well, why would you take exception to that? So you had that going on after the game on Friday. You had Caitlin Clark, 41 points, waving off, guarding a South Carolina player like, nah, you're good. You're wide open. Shoot it. I'm not even coming out to you. That's how much you suck.
Took her a while to shoot it, too.
She didn't. She passed it.
At that time, I mean, she finally did shoot that shot in the second half, made a couple of them. But, yeah.
Right.
Just left her wide open.
Wide open beyond the three-point line. Caitlin Clark's in the middle of the paint. So, I mean, Mark, women's college basketball arrived this week. We got coaches kind of barking at each other, and Gino Auriemma's not involved. No Pat Summitt, no Gino. We got coaches barking at each other. Got people watching who have never watched before. They're screaming and yelling, complaining about officiating. And yet at the same time, how can you not give her a technical? How could you give her a technical? I mean, this is glorious, Mark.
It's about as good as it can get for that sport. Because Caitlin Clark was the story. And she's back for another year. She's not WNBA draft eligible. She's coming back.
And besides,
why would she want to take that kind of a pay cut?
I was going to say, it's the old Keith Jackson, former tight end. Okay, which he was holding out. And somebody asked, well, what's he holding out for? And they said, well, he just wants to make as much as he was at Oklahoma. I mean, WNBA, I mean, she can make 2, 3, 4 times as much at Iowa next year as she can make in the WNBA. Please. I think she's going to ask for a COVID year, even though I don't think she qualifies.
And women's college basketball would gladly let her stay for one.
Absolutely. Maybe we got to change the rules. How about everybody gets 5? Doesn't matter when. It's our new system.
But it does lead to, I mean, the season will start with momentum now. They finish with all of this run, and then people will be interested heading into next year.
Yeah. Now, if they were smart, and I will say the elite programs in women's college basketball actually play each other. UConn and South Carolina played this year. South Carolina and Stanford played this year. They don't duck each other. So now LSU didn't play hardly anybody this year. It's why, by the way, they were a 3 seed. They were penalized by the committee. They basically said, well, you guys didn't play anybody. Yeah, you played in the SEC, but I mean, you didn't play anybody. Don't know what to tell you. We're not going to reward you. Yeah, you only had 2 losses. I don't know what to tell you. You didn't play anybody. So now next year, if we can get Iowa, we can get LSU, we get, a couple of these teams now join the scheduling party. Don't be afraid.
I'd be curious. In fact, I'll try to get it up as a poll question. I've got to go to that computer to put it up and do it during a break, David, because, well, today's one of those days. But I think we'll put up just, did you watch women's college basketball this weekend? Just a yes or no, not a how much. I'm not going to get in. But did you watch between Friday and Sunday? Did you watch?
And that question in and of itself, I think, will be revealing. Did you watch any women's college basketball this weekend? And maybe you didn't, maybe the first time you turned it on was yesterday. And it was only after you heard, that Caitlin Clark girl is legit. I've heard these 2 yahoos talking about her all for 2 months, but damn, she took out South Carolina by herself, huh? Damn. I may have to watch that Sunday. There ain't nothing on. And that was the thing. I mean, you were going up against the Valero Texas Open, NASCAR at Richmond. If you're a golf diehard,
which you had to go find.
Right. The LIV was on, but nobody's watching that.
And nobody knows where that is either. You have to go find.
Right. And it was the first Sunday of the Major League Baseball season, but
that's all regional because the only game you get national is the ESPN game, which doesn't start until night.
So
you're either finding the in our market, you're either finding the Marlins or the Rays.
So did you watch any women's college basketball over the weekend? Yay or nay? Simple question.
And you can text us at 21,000 as well if you watched it, what you thought of the trash talking, what you thought of the officiating. There was actually controversy, so to speak, between the actual trash talking in women's college basketball and some poorly officiated college basketball. We both said it had nothing to do with the outcome because LSU shot the ball too well to lose.
Yeah, 65% from 3 and 54% overall. LSU was going to win. But the officiating certainly took away from the enjoyment of the game. The officiating at a key moment in the game certainly hampered Iowa's chances to come all the way back when they had cut 17 down to 7. But that, Mark, I feel badly about as somebody who's broadcast a lot of women's hoops going back to the mid-'80s, as somebody who wants to see women's sports become more popular. That's the only thing that could have been better. You know, Iowa taking out South Carolina was good for the sport. Having a superstar player that people want to watch, that grown men were talking about, like, oh my goodness, she's the most exciting basketball player going right now, male or female. I mean, that's how captivating Caitlin Clark was. It would have been nice, though, to have yesterday's game be somewhat properly officiated. It really would have been. It took away from the enjoyment of the product. You and I both think LSU still wins by double figures, but the game would have had a much better flow and feel to it.
Well, it's tough to say it didn't have a lot of flow. I mean, LSU scored 102 points, for crying out loud. There was flow in terms of offense, but the fouls did go both ways because the big player for LSU got 2 quick ones put on her right away.
Right.
So it wasn't like this was just against the Iowa players. It was a tightly officiated game, whereas on Saturday we didn't see that.
No. No. It got a little tight for a couple moments against FAU down the stretch. I seem to be the only person who is unhappy about that. Although Bobby Regan will join us in 25 minutes. I think he agrees with me. We'll ask him. But so did you watch any women's college basketball? And, you know, how many of you even going to watch tonight? How bummed are you that after this glorious FAU Miami run that we've got no dog in the fight tonight, Mark?
And to have FAU gut punched the way that they were.
Hell of a shot. And Keith, basically it's Keith Smart, 36 years later. I mean, hell of a shot. Hell of a story, too. Young man lost his sister tragically. And that shot was the part of his game he has spent 2 years working on, literally thousands of jumpers, okay, for the mid-range off the dribble game. Biggest moment of his life, he hits it.
You beg the question, why would he be working on a mid-range jumper game when it really has nothing to do with the game of basketball anymore, but it pays off at a key time?
But then again, when you watch San Diego State play, do you really think they're into analytics at San Diego State? I think they're into mud wrestling more than they're into analytics.
And FAU controlled the glass for the majority of that game, and all of a sudden they couldn't get a rebound.
Yep. Officials let San Diego State just kind of play for a few moments while not letting FAU play at the same time. It was a very interesting 4 or 5 minute officiating stretch. 9 offensive rebounds for San Diego State, yet 9 fouls on FAU, all in the same 5 minutes. Wow, that's fascinating.
And part of that is you quit moving your feet, David. Part of that, I don't think it was as bad as you. A lot of this was forced because of San Diego State's play.
Well, that's the consensus. I'm certainly out on an island here with it, but I was yelling at the TV.
Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6, and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Devil's Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K. Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So you watched Pickleball Slam, McEnroe, Agassi, Chang, and what, Courier?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Bobby Regan, who covers college hoops for Barstool, will join us coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Did you catch, Mark, UConn men's coach Danny Hurley's comments yesterday when asked about the future of the NCAA tournament?
I did not, and I watched some post game.
So, well, it wasn't post game. He was just, yesterday,
Yesterday media day. No, I did not see anything he said yesterday.
Okay. So he was asked, hey, Tom Izzo's on record saying that I don't think it should go to 90, but I could see a few more added. Larinaga wants 96. And so Hurley was asked about it. And he said, quote, "For me, I think it's great the way it is. I feel like devaluing the regular season, I think potentially hurts the regular season and what it means. I like the pressure to have to win games and then being rewarded for winning big non-conference games and then taking care of enough business in the league." And he eventually, Mark, finishes up his quote by saying, "I think it's a privilege to play in this tournament, not a right." He then went on to say, listen, I don't think it's perfect. I think there are probably mid-major programs a lot of times that are more deserving than a 10th place team in a power conference that has figured out how to game the numbers. I see that on Selection Sunday sometimes, and I just cringe at that. So how about that?
Our guy. If he was in the room, I'd give him a hug, David.
I was going to say, I think I now know who I'm rooting for tonight. And I had no rooting interest at all.
It's a privilege, not a right. Amen. And secondly, sticking up for the mid-major program as opposed to the 10th place team in whatever league. I don't know where I've heard that before, David. It sounds kind of refreshing.
I know. And this with a 4 seed playing a 5 seed, the 5 seed being the mid-major. In theory, Mark, we should probably be rooting for the 5 seed. But let's be honest. Hurley will carry more weight going forward if he and they were to win the national championship. And he's all for keeping the tournament the way it is. Just if you're going to do anything, keep the 8th and 9th place teams for the Big Ten and potentially the Big East home and put in a few more mid-majors.
Wow. What a concept. I like the fact that he said teams that game the system, too. I mean, he didn't even just call out the middle of the pack Power 5 teams. He called out the way that they do it as well.
Now, of course, Mark, there's a committee, and they're studying the matter. And forgive me if I sound cynical, because I've just listened to Roger Goodell talk about the competition committee and all the studies that they're doing and all the matters that they're studying. And you know how we both feel about the NFL competition committee and all that they recommend and then don't recommend. But the new president of the NCAA, Charlie Baker, he told reporters at the Final Four a recommendation about possible expansion from the NCAA committee studying the issue could come as early as this summer. So we have no idea right now, and it does seem pretty divided as to which way the committee is actually going to recommend. Status quo or going bigger?
It would seem, and we've talked about this a little bit, David, that this year of all years is the year to prove that you do not need more teams in the tournament, despite the teams that have made it to the Final Four and now the championship game. There just were not other deserving teams to get in this tournament. You started going much past what was in. You were allowing not just mediocre, but almost below average teams into the tournament.
I mean, to me, listen, I don't like 68. I prefer 64, but fine. 68, it's a made for television event with the first four. We get it. Mark, let's go back to, if you can remember, 3 weeks ago on Selection Sunday. Okay, Rutgers didn't get in. Clemson didn't get in. Oklahoma State didn't get in. Those were the biggies. Those were probably the only 3 schools that could raise their hand to various degrees and make an argument they should have been in. And, maybe Wisconsin, but I mean, that is what, 72? I really don't see how you can make this tournament bigger than 72. We never have more than 3-4 teams that have a gripe on Selection Sunday.
And their argument will be, we've had teams that get in the last 4 that have made it to the Final Four. And they'll argue that if a team can do, VCU can pull that off, then who are we leaving out that could very well pull that off as well? I don't know what to tell you. Win more games in the regular season.
But this was a crazy weekend, Mark. Jim Boeheim gave an interview, was asked, is he going to go back and watch Syracuse basketball? He said no. And then he said, if anything, I may become a member of the media. What? Can coaches start treating him the way he treated us?
Boy, that would be something. I don't know if he's aware. Usually you need to bring a little positivity to the air if you're going to do media. And Jim's never been happy enough to do media.
I was going to say, is Jim going to be finally 60 Minutes answer replacing Andy Rooney?
Because Jay Wright, by the way, is great. I think he's done a great job up on the
dial there.
Yeah. But I can't imagine Boeheim there, if you know what I mean.
Well, we'll say he can be pretty truthful. Remember, he came out over the weekend. He said, I know I took some heat from saying Miami bought their team. I should have rephrased that. They NIL'd their team.
That's a coach that just wishes he had a John Ruiz. Wish he would have said, I wish I had a John Ruiz because I could do this as well.
There are a few people that thought he had a John Ruiz for 20 years.
And now that it's on the up and up, they're not working as well.
That's right. Miller and Moulton. Do we have a clutch vodka play of the day?
If we do, I'm not aware of it because I sure as hell didn't do one.
Well, I know that. Okay. I just didn't know if we had one or not.
Apparently not, David.
Huh.
Apparently not. That's clutch with a K.
Now, UConn has been clutch with a K. Their 5 wins by more than 20 points on average.
And just, boy, oh boy, they were tenacious defensively against Miami. Miami couldn't get an open look in the first half. They didn't have one clean look, it seemed like.
And boy, those guards and wings who were driving by everybody from Houston and Texas and what have you, I don't know. UConn found a way to keep those guys in front of them.
Did they ever? That defense was staggeringly good in the first half as they held Miami in the 20s, and that seemed to be all she wrote for the Canes. As UConn now against San Diego State tonight, they are 7.5-point favorite in this one. I don't know how you don't lay the number the way they've been playing. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for listening right here on the Florida Sports Network. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN play of the day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the play of the day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka play of the day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka play of the day.
That's Clutch with a K.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So you got Riggs' number? But Gator Dad, you agree with our point though, right? That I mean, you've got 3, 4. I mean, how many schools really have a legitimate gripe? Or even, like Michigan didn't have Carolina and Michigan couldn't make a case. And I don't even think Wisconsin could have either. Vandy was charging hard at the end. I think Clemson should have been in over NC State. I was a little surprised they went with Penn State over Rutgers. Just because Rutgers beat them at their place late in the season without their best player. But, it's fine. They weren't doing anything in the tournament anyway. Are we calling Regan? Hello? Hello?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Thanks so much for being with us. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin, and we begin our Masters preview all on the show tomorrow. Still neck deep in the hoops. And Bobby Regan of Barstool is kind enough to join us once again. Follow him on Twitter, Barstool Reags, Barstool Reags, R-E-A-G-S. Bobby, it's David and Mark. Top of the morning to you. Hell of a weekend. How are you?
Good, man. How are you guys?
Well, we are fine. So where do you want to start? You want to start with Saturday? You want to start with yesterday? I mean, hell of a weekend for women's college basketball. A lot of men watched who don't normally. And B, they're complaining about the officiating and trash talking. I mean, I think the sport came of age.
Yeah, I mean, it's great for women's college basketball this year really grew. I mean, you see it everywhere, and it's led by stars, right? You had Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, and what's crazy is what Paige, I always butcher your last name from UConn, Paige Beckers. She was hurt the entire year, and she's arguably the best player of them all. And Boston from South Carolina, so it's great for the sport. Anything that helps, I think, college basketball as a whole grow is awesome.
Caitlin Clark was a trash talker. She got it back in her face yesterday, and people are upset about it. Are you?
I mean, no, I'm never upset about anything like that, but it was weird. Like, Reese, like, she tracked Clark down and did not stop. Where it was like, it was almost like watching, like, it's almost like Rocky, right? Like, throw in the towel. And it's just like, let the poor girl walk off at this point. But I mean, I never care about anything like that too much.
First off, the officiating yesterday, for a lot of people, Bobby, not you, but for a lot of people, they tuned into women's college basketball, maybe even for the first time yesterday afternoon. I mean, that sport's had an officiating problem for 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the trickle-down effect, right? Like, men's college basketball has bad officiating because it's limited people that you can go get. Well, women's college basketball has even less of a pool of officials, and they're not great either. So it's like, well, where do you go? So it's tough. It's college sports in general, in big time college basketball, men and women need an overhaul in the officiating way of life, basically, in terms of get these guys full time, figure out how to grow and find new refs, make it more, so they're not calling 6 games a week or whatever it is, 5 games a week, where it's like, John Higgins is going from a Missouri Valley game to an ACC game to an SEC game. It's just, we should never know names of officials, and that's what really bothers me.
All right, well, that takes us right to Saturday. FAU up big in their game, and then, well, did San Diego State take it from them? Did the refs help? How do you see how the end of the FAU and really the last 8-10 minutes of it? Are you fair putting the choke word out there for what happened to FAU?
Yeah, it was a little bit of everything. They got a bad whistle for sure, but they just stopped doing anything. They just stopped running offense. It was weird. Like, FAU had their foot on San Diego State's throat. They were ready. And then, part of it, San Diego State's defense, but it wasn't like they were doing anything different. Florida Atlantic bad passes, and they weren't even close, and they couldn't get a rebound all of a sudden. So it felt more like a joke than anything else. And I feel bad. Like, I wanted Florida Atlantic to win. I still don't know how they really lost. And I think they played the last possession as bad as you possibly could. But I still, even today, like looking back, I'm like, how did Florida Atlantic lose that game?
You know, Bobby, it's funny because, and goodness knows the CBS announcers are not a critical group, but they did point out late that, Dutcher and San Diego State had his two best scorers on the bench with 36 and a half seconds to go. And then when FAU runs it down to about 17 seconds and calls timeout, he still doesn't bring them back into the game. So, and then he doesn't call timeout to get them back in the game. And then they end up getting a 19-foot shot with a right-handed shooter going to his left. I mean, you could almost argue, I kind of feel like Jim Leland against the Braves 30 years ago when he got his best relievers against two guys who were in the minors midseason and the Braves won. I kind of feel as if Dutcher did everything wrong in the last 37 seconds and won.
Yeah, it was. Well, I disagree. I think not calling timeout is the correct thing to do. I'm very much team do not call timeout in that situation if San Diego State, because yes, you can argue you can bring your subs in, but in college basketball, defenses break down way more when you're just going on the fly like that than if you set up. You have to inbound the ball from a somewhat awkward spot. You waste a second running something. Just go make a play. So I'm very much team no timeout. But yeah, it was weird where they were just like, no, we're gonna not foul and play this out. I get it though. When you're San Diego State's top 4 defense in the country, you go, all right, we're plenty of time to go get one bucket. But I don't know what Florida Atlantic was doing. What I think you need to do in that situation is when you're up 1 and it's under a minute left, just run your offense, whatever gets you the best look, whether it's 3 seconds of offense or 30. If you go up 3, you can't lose, right? Like the best thing San Diego State can do is tie you. And then when you decide to waste clock, why are you going early instead of waiting another 2 to 3 seconds to drain the shot clock? And then the game clock, like San Diego State would have had 4 seconds to get the ball there. So I just don't know what Florida Atlantic really was doing on that last possession.
A lot of panic. There's no doubt there. In the next game, there was nothing really to talk about other than, to me, the first half of what UConn did defensively. They showed why they're the best team in this tournament. Miami's been able to score on everyone, and they just shut those guards down.
Yeah, I mean, good luck scoring in the lane against them. But Miami also missed a bunch of open shots, right? Like, part of it was a good defense. Part of it was Wong and Pack were just zeros. And it's not like, they had wide open looks, and they just weren't making them too. But, yeah, anytime they did start to get into the lane, you had Sanogo, you had Klingon, even the bigger guards. But it was UConn's bench, man. Like, Miami had a chance, right? They tied it up. Jackson has 2 fouls. Hawkins is sitting on the bench. And it was a run by the bench of UConn that pushed the lead to 13 and a half time and made it feel over when Miami should have been up at half. Like, if I went into the game and told Larinaga or Miami fans or basketball fans, Jordan Hawkins is sick and he's not going to play a lot, and Andre Jackson gets 2 fouls in the first 6 minutes of the game, Miami fans go, oh, we're going to win this.
I certainly thought that they would have been in it, put it that way, going into the second half. Right. Instead of down double digits. And speaking of double digits, and we're talking with Bobby Regan of Barstool. Follow him on Twitter, Barstool Reags, Reags. So UConn is the 6th team to get to the championship game, having won their first 5, all by double figures. 4 of the previous 5 then went on to win the championship game. Does UConn make it number 5?
I think so. This feels, I mean, UConn was the best team in the country in November and December, right? So it's not shocking that they're here. And really, I didn't have a problem with them being seeded 4. I don't think it was that big of a misseed. Yes, their talent's better, but you seed based on resume. And they had losses. I mean, if you want to argue that they could have been a 3 short, by all means, go ahead. But how does San Diego State score against UConn? The only thing that San Diego State has going for them is their defense, right? And maybe Mensa can take away Sonogo. Maybe Hawkins isn't 100%, and they muck the game up, and it's, you know, a low-scoring game, and next thing you know, with 5 minutes to go, San Diego State's doing San Diego State stuff where it's, you know, hitting a couple jumpers, and it's 58-58 with, you know, a minute left. But I just don't know how UConn loses this game. I really don't. I keep looking at it because I want San Diego State to win. UConn fans annoy me, but I just don't know. I don't know how. I don't see a path.
So wait a minute. UConn fans annoy you. We know Duke fans annoy you. As an unbiased Kentucky fan, other fan bases that annoy you, Bobby.
Okay. Well, Louisville, obviously. Tennessee, big time. Indiana. Sorry, it's not. You know, you've never seen a national title in your lifetime or relevancy. Stop talking about Bobby Knight. There's a lot. I'm trying to think who else. Arkansas sneaky up there. Auburn's got big time little brother syndrome. They just want to be good at something so bad, and they're not. I mean, I guess it's like gymnastics. North Carolina, Duke. There's a lot. South Carolina's sneaky too. Like, South Carolina will chirp me big time after anything.
Notice a lot of these fan bases are in the Southeast. All right, have you noticed that?
Right, and then it's the Northern Maryland. It's just, you know, the Mid-Atlantic. There's a lot.
All right,
but, it's UConn. Obviously, Kentucky has a history of that with 11 and 14, and UConn's about to have the weirdest 25-year resume of all time. Right? If they win 5 national titles, and then a lot of nothing outside of like 2009, they lost in the Final Four. They're either really good and winning a national title, or they're like a 9 seed and losing in the first round.
4-0 in championship games entering tonight. We were asking, Bobby, we'll let you have the final word. So if they win tonight, does that officially make them a blue blood? And can you be a blue blood? Do you get added to the list, or do they take and knock someone off the list?
So it's tough because, like, blue blood is like a historical thing, right? And, you know, the programs that people consider blue bloods, Kentucky, Kansas, Carolina, Duke, Indiana, UCLA, it's more than 25 years. You go back to, it's like 100-year thing. UConn's like the best new blood almost, where it's like them, Villanova. You know, you can put in Louisville, where it's like they're like a teal blood almost. They're on the border of it. I don't know. The whole blue blood argument's interesting. UConn, like I said, they have the weirdest resume of all time. I just consider them like, I don't know, they might just be the greatest postseason team of all time. They're like the Florida Marlins.
Great comparison. I like the new blood, Bobby. I think that works.
Yeah, I mean, Florida State, you know, claimed new blood with Leonard Hamilton, but, you know, you got to win something. So I think these programs that from 2000 on are just really good. Like, you know, I've heard Gonzaga in there and Baylor in there, where you don't know what to do with them, but it's like, I don't know, they win a lot in March.
He's Bobby Regan, Barstool, talking hoops, following hoops. Follow him on Twitter at Barstool Reags, Reags. Bobby, thanks for making time for us. Enjoy the game tonight.
No problem. Have a good one.
Bobby Regan, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. By the way, Mark, the list, teams reaching the title game by winning every game by double digits since 85. Which is, you know, 85 is the first tournament, I think 64 teams and what have you. Sparty in 2000. Duke in 01. Carolina did it in 09 and in 2016. And Villanova 5 years ago. Those were the 5 who had done it. UConn joins the list. Of the first 5 who did it, 4 of them won the championship. 2016, North Carolina got beat by Villanova. So UConn's on the list. Can they win their 5th championship, and in doing so, do it in a way where they are the 5th champion to win all 6 games by double digits?
certainly looks as if they will win and cover the way they've been playing. It is really hard to bet against them tonight based on what we've seen.
Well, if Miami scored as little as they scored, how is San Diego State going to score? I know it's a different team and what have you, but I mean, the last UConn championship, wasn't it like 59-46 against Butler? I mean, I think we could have that game again.
If they can hold UConn to under 60, I'd be impressed with the way that they play. I really would, David. I think that, not even taking about what UConn did to Miami, what FAU did to San Diego State for the majority of that game. That's what I'm looking at. FAU had them. This is a classic, and we let them off the hook.
Boy, did they ever. Did they ever. San Diego State's only lead in the last 28 minutes of the game was at the buzzer.
Remarkable. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. Halfway home in the 239, an hour left in the syndicated portion of our program. We'll be back on the other side right here on the Florida Sports Network.
Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com, flgolfcarts.com. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good, fun, smooth, like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Mark, talking to your microphone really quick.
No. Why?
Making sure that it's good.
Yes, Mello. LSU would have still won.
Yeah, I'm training Adam because he gets to take vacation and doesn't get people to fill in for him.
God, I would love to know where the hell that is.
Ten seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the third and final hour of Miller and Moulton for those in Lake City and surrounding areas, Tampa, St. Pete, Port Charlotte, and Venice. We're halfway home for those in the 239 as the bonus hour awaits at the top of the hour of Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Our first show in April, first Monday of the month. It's Masters Week. It's National Championship Night. Jim Nance's last college basketball game. He did this championship game mark for the first time back in 1991. Duke beating Roy Williams and Kansas for Mike Krzyzewski's first national championship. That was Nance's first final. And now here we are.
If you wanted to go tonight, David, do you want to take a stab at what the cheapest ticket is currently right now at NRG Stadium in Houston, Texas for the Final Four?
Well, on Friday, if we can just go full circle here for a second, we were doing this on Friday. We were talking about the women's Final Four prices in Dallas. Granted, that being an arena, 20,000 seats versus a football stadium with 60, 70,000 seats. And we were, documenting how it was, you couldn't get in the women's Final Four for less than $250, and you could have gotten into the Final Four on Saturday for $40. And we were saying that by Monday, we thought you'd be able to get in for less than $20. And there was a gentleman who took to Twitch that said, I'm a ticket scalper. I've been doing this a long time. the prices are actually going to go the other way. Okay. He said, and we're, and I was kind of going back and forth with him going, well, the coaches are going to be gone and 2 of the 4 teams are going to be eliminated. And we already got seats available on Friday. How are we going to have demand on Monday? And he said, championship game tickets usually go up. So I'm going to stick to my guns here. I think it's $20.
It's more than $20 right now. I don't think it'll go much higher than you can get in for $45. And I think it was $50 for the finals on Friday. It's gone down $5. What's interesting to me is that good seats. Now I start going into the lower bowl, and like behind the basket, I can get a seat for $140 tonight. That's in the lower bowl. I don't think that bodes well for the scalpers. The tickets that were baseline seats on Friday were in the $1,000 range. Now they're at $782. They've dropped $300. So across the board, the tickets have dropped substantially. And that's 8 in the morning for a championship game.
Right. 9:00 tonight. They're not going to tip till somewhere between 9:18 and like 9:23. So if you're standing outside that stadium at 8:00 Central Time, $20. I'm holding out $20. That's it. That's all I'm giving you. $20. All right. CBS is already on the air.
I will say I looked after the start of the San Diego State FAU game to see if the tickets dropped. Now that one game was already going, they didn't drop at all. I thought they would. I thought the bottom would fall out once the game started, and they didn't. I was a little surprised by that.
I like UConn to win and cover, and I like the under tonight. 132.5, basically 70-63 is what Vegas has laid out for the championship game. I don't know. I think it's going to be a complete rock fight. I think this has got like 68-54 written on it.
I like UConn. I'm not sure about the over-under. Because UConn's been able to score against everybody they've played.
The only good thing that happened to me this weekend, although I did have Iowa in the points Friday night against South Carolina.
Yeah.
Technically,
you took it for 20.
Right. Technically, I did cover with FAU. Worst cover I've had in a long time. You lose at the buzzer, to lose by 1, but you're getting either 1.5 or 2. So it was a cover, a painful one, but it was a cover.
Got a couple of texts here, David. I'd like to read a couple of them to you. We were asking if you did watch this weekend and just your thoughts on it.
Women's hoops. We asked, did you watch the women's Final Four?
This texter says the better team won on Sunday afternoon. The mediocre effort by the referees and the classless display by the LSU women set the women's game back from what otherwise was a scintillating Final 8 tournament. Set the game back?
Which is funny because I actually think, now, is it good to have trash talking and taunting? No. No, ideally, no. But then again, I don't know. Part of Larry Bird's legend is what, Mark?
Best trash talker to ever play the game.
I mean, he got under Dr. J's skin to the point where Julius Erving threw punches at him. I mean, it's part of his, part of his legend is what a good trash talker he was. And so, and Caitlin Clark. Now, I will say, people are trying to say that what Caitlin Clark did paled in comparison to what the LSU player did.
Reese.
Caitlin Clark, if you go back and look at it closely, she is walking off the court to her bench. She's in the middle of the court near the free throw line. And they're going to cross paths. and she looks at that Louisville player who also runs her mouth and was giving her a hard time. And that's the one she did the Cena, I can't see you thing to. They then came back from the break, and that's when she told her, when the Louisville player started chirping at her again, we're winning by 15 bleep, bleep points. Shut them up. Okay. But it wasn't, I mean, granted, it was not, Reese from LSU was like
Just
stalking
chased her around. I mean,
Yeah.
she chased her around.
Right.
And for every bit of taunting that Caitlin Clark did throughout the tournament, Reese made sure she got the last word on everybody. She took it for the Louisville players, she took it for the South Carolina players, and she took it for the LSU players.
And to me, Mark, you know how Michael Jordan created beefs that didn't even exist to sometimes have to motivate himself to get to a certain level? And I thought that LSU, that Mulkey must have either that or the players just watched all the coverage that Clark was getting and they formulated this beef on their own. I mean, Reese was upset because of how Clark acted towards Louisville and South Carolina. I mean, she didn't say or do anything towards you, but your beef with her was how she had acted previously in the tournament. I mean, you got to admit, that's a weird one. We don't normally see, I mean, Mark, SEC. I almost expected her to basically say we were sticking up for South Carolina, our SEC brethren. It's like, wait a minute. Seriously? I mean, that's taking this SEC thing to a degree that we don't normally see.
And I think Mulkey was in their ear all day yesterday that you're going to shut her up. I think it's the way that Mulkey coaches. She is as confident as any coach ever.
Well, she did something yesterday that's never been done in the women's game. Led a second program to a national championship. In just her second year at LSU after leading the Baylor to 3 titles. See, I think, don't get me wrong, I don't think everything that went on the court is outstanding, and I'm not even talking about the officiating. But think about it now, Mark. Now we have villains. Caitlin Clark to some. I mean, this is kind of a bird, magic thing here. I mean, it seems as if, and certainly what Reese did post-game. I mean, if you take a look at people's reactions, it's very much down racial lines. Okay, you got a lot of white people saying that Reese was classless. You got a lot of black people going, she's just doing what Caitlin Clark did throughout the tournament. Okay, can't go on one and get after the other. Be consistent here. I mean, this is very much down racial lines. I mean, I feel like we're about, another season away from a Spike Lee scene in a movie about this. But I don't see how that's bad for women's basketball. Mulkey, I mean, Mark, what you said is true, and it's even understated. She's a phenomenal coach. People despise her. They think people in the game went out of their way. They were rooting for Iowa before the game, stating publicly she's a bad person. I mean, it's remarkable. Coaches don't say that about other coaches.
And heading into next year, I mean, Mulkey, I laughed because after Holly Rowe interviews her, go celebrate with your team. She doesn't want to go celebrate with her team. She wants to celebrate with her grandkids. She had no interest in going anywhere near her team. Where's my family at? Let me do a FaceTime call with my kid. That's where she was. They kept showing it. She never left to celebrate with her team. She may have in the locker room, but she certainly didn't on the court.
By the way, I love her outfits. I love that she's got the onions just to wear them. I really do.
That's what I don't love the outfits. I love that she has the onions to wear them, David. That's where I am with it. But it got my wife. I will say this. I watched Friday and I watched Sunday. And my wife and daughter were going, what's she going to wear? What's she going to wear?
Tell you what, though, when you dress like that, you've got to win, right?
Absolutely. You have no choice.
I mean, you can't dress like that and be a 9-win program, can you? But listen, when's the last time a women's sport had all this going for it? Men watching it who don't normally watch, men taking to social media about it, men complaining about the officiating for ruining the sport, and men taking sides on who gets to trash talk who. What is this, Cowboys Niners from the 90s?
Pick your side. Be careful. There's no doubt there. Miller and Moulton. Text lines open. Tell us what you think. 21,000 is the number. Curious your thoughts on that or anything that happened over the weekend right here on Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Solid oak tree with a Go Jags.
Every morning he starts with it.
Is he trying to replace Adam?
He's another Jags fan. He's our Lake City guy.
I know.
"15 seconds."
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin. We'll also begin our Masters preview with at least one golf guest tomorrow. So, did you catch the comment? You were busy the first 2 hours of the show. You were on the other side of the glass. You may be pressed into action doing that here coming up later in the week and next week to keep the show running here. So, you were kind of really busy the first couple hours. So, I don't know if you saw the comment in our Twitch chat room where the guy said, went to the damn Marlins Mets game Saturday and was hoping, this fast play would get me out of there at a certain time. And then you combine the fact that it's just a pain in the butt getting out of there. And, it wasn't that much fun. And so I looked up the game, Mark. It was 6-2 Mets, 2 hours, 54 minutes. Complained, it's too slow. I thought we had faster games. Well, actually, that game last year would have probably been about 3:15 at least. But so, did you see the Mariners and the Guardians? The game they played, I think it was Saturday night. 2:04. That was 2-0. 2:04. Remember, Rays Tigers opening day 4-0. 2:14.
214.
Yeah.
The biggest thing I noticed out of the baseball weekend is that there's 3 undefeated teams. Is that just how hard it is to put together a winning streak in the game of baseball? Here we are opening weekend, and you have the Twins, you have the Rangers, and you have the Rays.
Rays swept the Tigers, Twins swept the Royals, Rangers swept the Phillies. Twins did it on the road, too.
But that was just my overview of the sport from the weekend going, man, 3 sweeps, everybody playing. Not a whole lot of 4-game series in there. And yet, we get 3 sweeps.
You know what I took from the weekend? Remember we spent time talking about opening day attendance? And, the Marlins hosted the Mets. And they had like 31,000 for opening day, which was still 6,000 less than capacity. But they had 31,000. And we said to Felipe, okay, Friday night, how many are you going to have? Oh,
17,000 was his number.
Well, remember, it was 20. And we kind of said, listen, you're going to lose this bet. How about we, you work this sucker down. I thought was it 17, 18?
17.
Okay. Did you see the Friday night attendance at Marlins Park? And that's what I'm calling it because they did the whole Loan Depot thing and the small L. It's stupid. 14 and change, just under 15.
Oh, okay.
Now, I will say Marlins caught a bad break on Saturday. Got FAU and Miami in the Final Four. So I could see where maybe that affects attendance a little bit. Heat took a lot of crap from their fans, by the way, because people spent the week saying, hey, you're scheduled to play the Mavs Saturday night. I think it was the Mavs. You got to move that game. Come on, we got FAU and Miami in the Final Four. Move that game to 3:00 or whatever. Mark is somebody who worked for a team.
I'm the most important team in the city, and you want me to move my game? Yeah, good luck with that.
Mark, how profitable is a 7:30 Saturday night game when you're running a basketball or a hockey team?
The pinnacle. You can't do any better than Saturday nights, David. That's when you make your money. Make it happen night in the arena too, David.
Well, right. And that's in the arena. The Heat, they were like, we'll have plenty of TVs on if you want. You can stand in the concourse for all we care, as long as you're here spending your money. Maybe somebody in the suites. TVs will be on. We'll update the scores. We'll put it on the big screen. We'll keep you informed.
Thank goodness they kept it at the same time. There was something to watch during the second half when Miami couldn't make a comeback.
So back to the baseball. So they did a little less than 15,000 both Friday and Saturday, as it turns out the Marlins did. And they did 18 yesterday. So when you added it all up, they did basically 20,000 per game, kind of, sort of, not really, just under it, between 19 and 20 grand for a 4-game series with the Mets.
With the Mets, of which 50% of the crowd were Mets fans. And I'm being generous and saying only 50%. Now, I watched the majority of the Rays-Tigers series. There were not a lot of people at those games, David.
Well, when we were there Thursday, they announced 25,025. They list capacity at 31,000. Yet there was some conflict because the Rays claim it was a sellout.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, 25,000. Saturday, by the way, they did 20.
Mm-hmm.
They did 20. And yesterday they did 19.4.
I watched that whole game. There were not 19,000 people there. It's a lot of season tickets. This is what the Marlins used to do. There is no way there was that many people at that game.
By the way, did you see how long yesterday's 5-1 game took? Remember, Tigers didn't get a hit till the 7th, and they got a solo homer in the 9th to account for their only run. So another 8.5 inning game. Remember, 4-0 opening day went 214. I'll make 214 the over-under mark. 5-1 Rays, 8.5 innings, 214 over-under.
I'm cheating. I saw it. 210. It's an under.
210. Remember, Tigers didn't get a hit till the 7th. Cash said it pained him to take the kid out with the no-no. He said, if it wasn't early in the season and what have you, I certainly would have left him in. But 81 pitches, he wasn't going to finish it. And if he's not going to finish it, then, it's his first outing. We're ramping everybody up.
And if you get to play Detroit every week, your pitching is going to look really, really good.
Yeah, well, the Mets feel that way about the Marlins. We'll say. It's a bad first series for Tigers and Marlins, who were hoping their offenses would rebound from a bad year last year. Now, granted, didn't help facing the Rays and the Mets, but not a good first weekend, that's for sure. But the times held up throughout the weekend. I mean, Mark, I listened to MLB Network Radio yesterday morning. It's already a grand success. This is the greatest thing a commissioner has ever done in any sport, ever.
Well, they're all singing the praises of baseball, but they are, and I've heard a lot saying you need 3 weeks. Once we get to 3 weeks of the season, whatever that number is, David, as far as time of game, that's basically what the time of the game for the season is going to be. Once they get a 3-week sample, they don't think it'll differentiate much for the rest of the year.
Well, right now they're in the 25, 26 less minutes per game. I mean, that is noteworthy. Listen, when you got fans complaining because the game took 254, and that was a full 9 innings, home team batted. I mean, that to me says that this is between spring training and opening day and all the hype that's gone with it. When a fan base is angry that we had to sit here for 2 hours and 54 minutes. Okay.
Don't know what to tell you, but you'd have been here for 3 hours and 30 minutes just a year ago.
I mean, it's the Marlins. They weren't going to come back. You could have left early.
I don't know what you witnessed in the first 6, 7 innings that made you think the bats were going to come alive in the 8th and 9th.
And I understand Solaire's had a couple of big hits early in the season, but come on now.
But the bat's not working for the Marlins. Everything working for the Rays. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Seen a tweet that Mickelson was asked if he wanted a presser this week and has respectively said no.
Okay.
For what it's worth. article in USA Today about what makes these guys most nervous about the Masters. Literally 70% of them say the clubhouse. Just what makes them feel like they're walking on eggshells? They're the clubhouse. I mean, to a man, it's the clubhouse. They're scared to death. They all say the same thing. Just don't want to do anything wrong. Don't want to upset anybody. These are pro golfers. Some of the biggest egos on planet Earth.
Yep.
You want to know a way to end Make It Happen night? The hatred for this in my house is at an 11 right now. It may never go away.
You combine that with Saturday being April Fool's Day. Wow. Does your wife even want to see the Penguins make the playoffs to get steamrolled by the Bruins?
She's paid so little attention that it wouldn't even be fair to ask. Probably. I mean, you always want to make the playoffs.
I will say, if I'm a Bruins fan, I would rather see the Penguins than the Panthers.
Yes. Penguins don't even have a goalie. He's off.
Yeah, Bruins Penguins played a nice game over the week, Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Pat Kerwin joins us tomorrow. But, Mark, there's an NFL story percolating this morning. Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network. He went on that Good Morning Football show. He told Jamie Erdahl and the crew, he said, yeah, Tennessee's looking to move up to number 3. And if you remember, they got a new general manager in Arizona. They got a new sheriff in town. You remember where he came from? Tennessee. So the Titans looking to move up from 11 to number 3. The Colts are like, seriously? Not only would we get outflanked again, it would be by somebody in the division whom we hate. Ah, man. So first off, let me ask you, if you're the Titans, I think I know the answer. Would you give up what you'd have to give up, which I think, Mark, would be next year's first-round pick? I think it would just be this year and next year. Flipping
picks in next year's first.
You'd move, if you're Arizona, you move down 8 spots and you get Tennessee's first-round pick next year. If you're Tennessee, do you make that deal?
This is where you have to be convinced that Anthony Richardson is the player of tomorrow. Because I'm not going up to get Levis here. I'm not. I don't think he's that player. If I'm going up to 3, it's because I think Richardson's. I don't. You know I don't. And I wouldn't make the move because I don't think he's worthy of it. But if they're convinced that this is the transcendent quarterback, and with every day that grows, there are more people that are out there showing film and respected film people that are, here's what we thought was a bad game for Richardson. Let me show you why it was a good game. Look at this one pass he made. This is an NFL pass. Don't worry about all the rest of them. Because he's got potential.
I also think, Mark, there's more pressure on an AFC team. Because not only do I have a need at quarterback in theory, but look at the gauntlet that I am having to line up and go through for the next 3 to 5 years. I got to go through a Mahomes, an Allen, a Burrow. We haven't even gotten into if Trevor Lawrence takes the next step, Justin Herbert and the Chargers, not even talking about if Tua can be healthy Tua and play like he did last year when he was healthy. Aaron Rodgers with the Jets. I mean, if you're an AFC team and you don't have a quarterback, do you look at a Will Levis, even if you think highly of him, and say, yeah, I can go forward for the rest of this decade taking on what we have to take on with Will Levis? I'm good with that. Or are you going, yeah, this guy could cost me my career, but this guy could also make my career. And you know what? Look at what we got to go through in the AFC. I'm taking a flyer. I mean, Chiefs traded up, 15 spots for Mahomes? I mean, people forget. That was they went from like 25 to 10th to draft Mahomes.
Now, this makes it even that much easier if I'm Indianapolis that I'm signing Lamar.
Oh, really?
I've been saying it for at least a week and a half now, maybe longer. If I'm Indianapolis, I'm not messing around with what might be the next Lamar. Why don't I just go get the Lamar?
What's the deal you're signing him to?
I still think you can get him for 190?
That's what we came up with. 4 for 190, which is 47.5 per.
I think he takes that offer back to Baltimore, and I don't know if Baltimore signs it. And they'll tip their hand when they go through the draft and do it, because I wouldn't do it before the draft. I'm not giving up 4. Why do I have to do it before the draft?
Okay. I mean, I have to admit, I think, doesn't he have to bring offers back to him? Is it mid-May? He's got to bring offers to him back by, so that timeline fits. You could wait till after you pick 4th. Tell you what, though, sorry, Mark, just hear me out. It'd be a staggering roll of the dice and gamble, because if in theory that's your plan, you're not drafting a quarterback at 4. You sign Lamar, the Ravens match. You're SOL. Completely SOL. You didn't draft a quarterback. You made your big Lamar pitch, and holy blank, they matched it.
Unless, of course, I could get away with it without giving away this year's one. If I'd have to put together a package to give it away. See, you'd have to give up more doing it before the draft if you're going to try to play that game. Because in theory, you think you're going to be good enough with Lamar that you're going to be drafted in the teens, 20s.
Well, right. I mean, so that's why if Baltimore won't match, that's the way to go. Draft whoever you wanted for, then give Lamar the offer. He sends it to the Ravens. Okay, the Ravens get your 24 and 25 draft picks. Well, I'm going to be drafting in the teens and 20s. I got Lamar. Problem is, what if the Ravens go, well, we didn't think anybody would offer him something, but I guess we're stuck matching this because we ain't got nothing else. And then if you're the Colts, it's mid-May, and you don't have a quarterback at all. And you've just wasted another year.
Yes, you have. And now you're first in line for the quarterback that everybody wants next year.
That is true. You may be on the clock. Spin it, baby. Sell it, spin it. And of course, Mark, since it's lying season, I mean, that's what April is. April is, certain months are, like Hallmark Channel, certain months are this. Obviously, February, we know, is, Valentine's month for lovers and all that. In the NFL, April is Liars Month. I mean, that's what it is. October is the pink ribbons and breast cancer awareness. Of course, it's all just to sell merchandise. But April is Liars Month. And the story that came out over the weekend, Mark, is, the Colts are falling in love with Will Levis. I mean, in fact, they're not even going to trade up. They'll just take him at 4. They don't feel they have to trade up, but they're falling in love with Will Levis. Okay.
Sure they are.
All right.
That would mean that they are in love with Will Levis as much as Will Levis.
I don't know if that's possible, Mark. Honestly. I think Will Levis loves him some Will Levis as much as LeBron loves him some LeBron. I think T.O. is watching Will Levis going, man, that guy's full of himself. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd run routes for him, but that's my quarterback. So that's the latest, Mark, in Liars Month. Daniel Jeremiah reporting this morning, Tennessee may move up to 3. Doesn't say who they're moving up for. You fill in that blank yourself. But if by chance they're moving up for Anthony Richardson, that'll be great, because apparently the Colts are in love with Will Levis. And they're prepared to take him at 4 anyway. So there.
If they're moving up to 3, what does that say about Malik Willis?
He sucks. Remember, the guy who drafted him ain't there anymore.
I'm just saying.
The guy who was in the room sitting next to him when they drafted him ain't there anymore. He's the Arizona general manager now. That's what Mike Vrabel's calling the shots now. Mike Vrabel just did a year's worth of practice with Malik Willis. He's like, this guy sucks.
So their project, they're already done with their project.
Well, I will say, that was the 3rd-round pick. I took a flyer on him.
I gotcha.
So you can never have enough quarterbacks, Mark. Just keep drafting them. Remember, how many times do you have to be right?
Just once, David.
Okay.
Just once.
Thank you. So, 3 weeks from Thursday's the draft. That's today's rumor mill. Brought to you by Liars Poker.
Using $10 bills today instead of singles.
So, believe what you will there. The other great rumor over the weekend is this Texas running back so good, the Eagles might have to take him at 10. Maybe he may just be too good to pass up. And that power running game that they have? Well, you know what? Let's just be all in with it.
Yeah, well, that must mean they think Jalen Carter's going before 10, because there's no way in hell they're passing Jalen Carter if he's there at 10. No way in hell, David.
Well, you don't think so, and I don't think so. But then again, if I had to bet right now, I think Jalen Carter is not there at 10. We'll say the Falcons are having a hard time answering this question. And if you were the Falcons, would you have a hard time answering it? So, Atlanta, you were all in on Deshaun Watson last year at this time. In fact, you were offering him as good a contract as anybody until the Browns fully guaranteed the $230 million. You wouldn't fully guarantee it. But you were all in on Deshaun Watson. How come you're not even remotely interested in Lamar Jackson?
It's the injuries, David, the injuries.
Huh. Do you like Atlanta's answer? Do you believe Atlanta's answer?
I don't believe it one bit. Now, as you mentioned, they were right there with Deshaun, but they were not where with Deshaun. They were not into the guaranteed contract. From the get-go, this has been a guaranteed contract deal for Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't collude if you at least gave that statement that you weren't, at least it's come out that you weren't in on the guaranteed contract for Deshaun Watson. So you gave yourself a smidgen of wiggle room. I don't buy the injury part of it whatsoever. I wish they'd come out and just say, we're not going to guarantee any quarterback for 5 years, particularly one that's been injured. Period. End of sentence.
So that's kind of what's out there. That's what's making the rounds from the National Football League as we're 3.5 weeks away from the draft. You know, we've had a lot of hoops for the last 3 weeks. NFL free agency has largely run its course, at least with the big names. We're still waiting on the Rodgers to the Jets thing to go through. We'll see if anything happens with Lamar or not. Drafts in 3.5 weeks. But that's today's rumor mill. Tennessee's trading up to 3. Colts don't care because they're taking Will Levis. Would be fascinating. Let me get this straight. So Houston, Tennessee, and Indianapolis would pick 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And the Jags, who had the number 1 pick each of the last 2 years, would be sitting there laughing. Already got their franchise quarterback. It is funny how things have worked out. If that were to happen, Mark, that'd be amazing. 3/4 of a division picking 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And the Jags would be the ones laughing, going, pour me another drink. Those guys are screwed. We got Trevor Lawrence.
And their roster continues to get a little bit better. They didn't lose a whole lot, replace what they could. They add Ridley to the mix on offense. Could the Jags be put in a position where that division's theirs for the next 5 years?
Well, I mean, just throwing this out there. If Bryce Young ends up in Houston and Anthony Richardson in Tennessee and Will Levis in Indianapolis, when's the next time you think someone not named Jacksonville is going to win the AFC South? Miller and Moulton. Lake City, Tampa, St. Pete, Port Charlotte, and Venice. Thanks for listening. The bonus hour for the 239 is next.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6, and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the play of the day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka play of the day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka play of the day.
That's Clutch with a K. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So I got Ted Leitner's call of San Diego Sports 760, but I can also get Lavica's call and play both.
Morning, DC.
Hey, David.
Yes.
So I have Ted Leitner's call San Diego Sports 760, but I can also get Lavica's.
Okay.
Do you want me to play both?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll play both. Because the 761 is pretty good, the San Diego one.
I would hope so.
It's weird, but it's good. I like it.
Okay. Mark, have you heard about this player for FGCU? This baseball player, Brian Ellis?
I have not.
He has reached base in 97 consecutive games.
Holy cow. Is that any kind of a record?
I think it's nearing one.
The FGCU kid?
Yeah. He had a 3-run bomb yesterday.
What did they do over the weekend?
They've lost their number one starter to elbow injury, so they're losing Friday nights and winning the rest. That's what they did to Jacksonville. They lost.
Are they going to
Friday.
get their number one back?
No.
Done for the year, huh?
Yep. So they put a young kid in who threw 5 really good innings Friday. They ended up losing 4-2. He pitched pretty well, though. It's the third series this year, Mark, where they've lost Friday and come back to win the series.
30 seconds.
But they're like, I don't know, 23-5, something like that. I mean, they could damn near play 500 baseball the rest of the way and get to the tournament.
10 seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
The bonus hour, Miller and Moulton on this first show of April. First Monday of the month. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you didn't fall for an April Fool's gag of some kind. And hope you're ready to go. Masters Week. First full week of Major League Baseball. Jim Nantz calls his final championship game tonight. UConn, a 7.5 point favorite against San Diego State. Over under around 132 and change. Basically, it's a 70-63 or thereabouts game, according to Vegas. Place your bets accordingly. Mark DC in our Twitch chat room said, sure, you guys have already talked plenty about Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, and that official, Lisa Jones. Well, actually, we didn't mention the official by name. But yes, we've talked plenty of hoops throughout the show. Mark, I'll ask you the question again. If it was a well-officiated game, who wins?
LSU.
It was a really poorly officiated game. Who won?
LSU.
Back to you, Jim, in the studio.
I mean, that's all there is to it with this one, unfortunately. If you were rooting for Iowa, and it would have been nice to see Caitlin Clark finish that thing off, but they ran into a buzzsaw. LSU couldn't miss from beyond the arc. What did you point out? The girl had 22 in the first half, didn't score in the semifinal game?
Didn't score for the 3 games leading up to it, Mark. Kim Mulkey wasn't even using her bench because Reese gets in foul trouble. She puts her in the game. She scores 22 points. They hit 65% from beyond the arc. 65%. For those of you that didn't watch the semifinal, South Carolina shot 20% from beyond the arc. 20%. Iowa didn't even guard a couple of their players. And I mean like 10, 12, 15 feet. They said, no, no, no. Caitlin Clark at one point waved off a South Carolina guard like, no, 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 shoot it. And she backed up further into the paint to deny the pass to the center. Literally, the guard was open by 15 feet. They hit 4 from beyond the arc. They lost by 4. LSU hit like, I don't know, a dozen of them. They won by 17. I mean, seems pretty simple, right? I mean, Mark, and Caitlin did say, and this we haven't talked about, did you find yourself Friday night watching Iowa, South Carolina going, Dawn, as in Dawn Staley, South Carolina coach, listen, you're a pretty good coach. What the hell kind of defense is this on Caitlin Clark? Have you heard of a double team? She drives by the first defender. There's nobody to like.
Nobody. They did it 2 different ways. One, they would inbound the ball to someone, let her sprint and get the second pass to her to let her sprint down the fall carrying the ball. But then if she was able to get around a pick and roll, there was no one there on the backside for help side defense to close her off at the hoop, and she was getting uncontested runs to the basket.
And Clark did say, and she mentioned South Carolina by name. She goes, LSU did a better job defensively than South Carolina. There were more players in between me and the basket, and I could see it when I had the ball 30 feet away. I knew that getting to the basket was harder, and I think, Mark, she only hit 1-2 in the whole game. I think she hit 8 threes and only 1-2. The other thing they did a pretty good job of is that she didn't shoot a ton of free throws. Where South Carolina, I mean, she shot a ton of free throws.
But that's not really the story from the game, David.
Oh, no. No. It's the officiating, Mark. It's the officiating. And Kim Mulkey. And how could she not get a technical? Which, listen, we're all wondering.
Well, the Iowa coach came close to getting a technical a couple of times, too. I mean, her assistant coach held her back once, for crying out loud. You want the women's game to look like the men's game. Last night's did. Both coaches were ready to get teed up. They had assistants holding them back and players talking trash. It looked like the men's game to me, David.
You know, I thought it did have a Bobby Knight, Gene Cady, Big Monday feel. You know, going back in the day. You know, little Boeheim, Thompson, Syracuse, Georgetown, Big Monday feel. It did. It did. You know, I thought the only thing we were missing, nobody threw a jacket, did they?
No.
I have to admit, Mark, that's my favorite coaching sideline move. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? That's the worst call. And I turn around and I'm getting all, and the jacket, I can't yell at you with this jacket on. When did a jacket get in the way of yelling?
If Mulkey took hers off, an assistant would have to be there with a hanger to hang that sucker up. There's no way she's throwing a jacket. It cost her like 20 grand for crying out loud. Are you kidding me?
I think somebody would then be instructed to run into the locker room and grab the backup. Uh-oh! She threw the A jacket. Go get the B. Go get the B. Speaking of needing reinforcements, though, see the Miami player, the shoe.
Yeah.
Was Nigel. Yeah. It just
blew out a shoe and didn't have a backup.
No. That's not good. How could you not have a backup? Now, I know you're not thinking you're going to blow out a shoe, but you got to be prepared. I mean, there's not a lot of equipment that's needed in a basketball game. Shoes would seem to be pretty big on the equipment list. Can't put them back in the game, Coach. Why?
His shoe's broken.
Well, put them in there without the shoe. We need them.
Or get a bench warmer to take off his shoes.
Right.
I think that's what they ended up doing.
Yeah.
I think they ended up getting him a shoe from one of the other players. That, who wears a size 9?
Anyone in the crowd?
This would be like, all of a sudden your glove comes loose, your baseball glove, and you got a hole in it and you can't tie it back together again. It's like, hey, can I borrow yours? Seriously? Yeah, just give me your damn glove. I got to go back out in the field. That's my favorite maneuver, though, from a coach, Mark. I'm so upset, male or female. The suit jacket has to come off. Listen, our guy Izzo, come on. He's big on all of a sudden, taking off the layer.
Well, it was up until COVID when these guys went from the suit every game to wearing the sweat jackets. It did ruin a little bit of college basketball for me. The one looking back upon the relaxed rules post-COVID are all great. I like the basketball coach in the suit because it allows the loosening of the tie, which is another big move. You get so mad, you loosen it and undo that top button while you're yelling, followed by the jacket coming off.
Now, I will say, I saw it happen one time. Carl Semesco with FGCU. He hates the shirt and tie deal. And I think it was a conference final. And he felt the pressure to have to, maybe I need to dress a little better than I normally do. And he wore a shirt and tie. And there was a call in the first half and said all of a sudden, okay, he's loosening it up and he's ripping the tie. And eventually, I think he took the tie off eventually.
He never wears a tie.
No, never. Never. And you're right. Ever since COVID, that's it. Forget it. I'm wearing he's got like a damn near plaid shirt that he loves. It's like his lucky go-to.
And he does look like a guy in a pair of Dockers and a dress shirt that's going out to a Friday night dinner at Applebee's. I'm not going to lie to you. Sorry, Carl, I love you. You know that I do. But you've got that look like it's
well, it was a combo deal too.
Night at Applebee's.
Right. Because he's not a screamer and a yeller. Okay, so he doesn't wear ties and he's not a screamer and a yeller. And so now he gets all worked up. All right. And he's working the official all the way down the sideline. She's standing at the baseline. He's standing at the corner of the sideline of the baseline, yelling at her. All right. And eventually the tie had to go. Which then the sport code, it was already off. I mean, I barely wore that for the anthem. And I will say, if you're a coach, most broadcasts have a standard, the national broadcast, they do the coach before the tip. Local ESPN Plus, there's a format first timeout. Okay, stop it. And I don't mean media timeout. I mean first stoppage on the floor. Visiting coach, home coach. I mean, that's it. We know it. We're told it as announcers beforehand. Have your material ready. First stoppage. All right, we're coming back. Visiting coach, home coach. So if you think about it, Mark, if you know how the broadcast is going to go, once they do that, between the introductions nationally, if you're doing the local ESPN Plus broadcast 2-3 minutes in, you could change.
I'm a sucker for the starting five lineup thing in basketball. Doesn't matter. Grade school, national championship, women's game, it doesn't matter. I'm a sucker for lights out starting five.
So do you want it done by a PA announcer, or do you want it old school where the network tapes it and the player introduces themselves? Like Sunday Night Football, they have the players introduce the starting lineup.
I like that. But for hoop, I want the PA guy. I don't like that Nance even does it. I want the PA guy. I want a sophomore from Elizabethtown, New Jersey, number 4, David Moulton. And I want it one team followed by the other team. I want them to meet at half court and give the little five to one another before they go back. I like the back and forth. I don't like all 5 at once. I like one followed by the other, and we finish it with Julius Erving. He goes last, no matter what. Even if he's not playing, David, we have a 6th one out there, and we just announced the doctor.
That's so funny. Over the weekend, like I told you, I stayed away from Twitter on Saturday because I was avoiding all the April Fool's jokes and what have you. On Sunday, though, I made up for it. And somebody showed, I think yesterday was the anniversary of Georgetown Villanova. And they showed the introductions, the Georgetown players and the Nova players. And the Nova players had to wait for the Georgetown player. So like Ed Pinckney got introduced. He had to wait for Ewing. And they went position by position, forwards, center, guards.
And it's glorious, isn't it? Every part of it's great.
And it was short shorts, too. It was 85.
Doesn't get any better than that. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening. The Florida Sports Network.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6, and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. David, there's a chance if we do a draft show, we may get to my 1,000 followers this year.
Oh, really?
We're at 966.
Huh.
DC, I don't think that's a individual. Like I would do that at all levels. Izzo's on the court all the time. I don't understand all the time. Tiger and DeChambeau out playing some golf together today.
Interesting.
Tiger, DeChambeau couples, and Tom Kim, according to Rex Hoggard. That's fascinating.
Especially since DeChambeau went public and said that basically he's ghosted me ever since I went to the LIV.
Well, and couple saying the disparaging remarks about Phil and Sergio, and
FGCU voted the number 3 by mid-major baseball. FGCU number 3 mid-major program in the country this year. Campbell 1, Coastal Carolina 2, ahead of East Carolina at 4.
I was going to say, where's East Carolina? They're good.
With UConn 5. FAU 22, according to mid-major baseball. 23-5 are the Eagles. They got like, I don't know, 25 games left or something like that.
Oh, wow. It's supposed to rain all weekend in Augusta. Every single day. And cold. Thursday, 86. Friday, 69. These are the highs. Saturday, 54. And Sunday, 63. And rain every single day. Like PM thunderstorms on Thursday, rain Friday, rain Saturday, showers Sunday. And the percentages are 68, 84, and 75. Ugh. That doesn't make for a good watch.
So we'll work in the play of the day here.
$15 seconds. Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when. It's all coming up. So You know, the more I read Dan Hurley's comments, the more I'm rooting for UConn. He had a hell of a day yesterday. We got more than the 6 seconds of truth, Mark. We got it like 12 times. He was asked about San Diego State. Did you see this quote? They're older than 5 NBA teams. I don't think he's wrong. I think they're older than the Magic. I'll bet you their starting five's older than Orlando, probably older than Detroit. Not sure Houston's is older either. Then he was asked basically to explain, why it is you guys have, gotten on this roll and what have you. He goes, quote, "This isn't that hard to understand. I have 3 NBA players and a great core around them."
Better question would be what happened to you during the middle of the year when you lost focus?
Right.
I mean, really and truly, the way you're playing now, the way you played at the beginning of the year, did you guys just get bored?
Sir, if I could, a follow-up. How come Marquette beat you every time they played you this year? Can you explain that? But anyway, it's real easy to be, loose when you're averaging 5 wins by more than 20 points a game.
They're just running teams out of the gym.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, Bobby Regan was on the show earlier and he talked about Miami missing shots, but I thought Connecticut in the first half did a great job of really making Miami work and not getting early open looks in the shot clock. I thought they wore them out, having to work for 25 seconds every time they had the ball.
And yet Miami was still very much in the game midway through the first half, 2/3 of the way through the first half, and then couldn't get to the locker room. Could not get to the locker room. They kept struggling to score, and eventually UConn figured a few things out.
Larinaga after the game, I felt old after the game. I don't know about you, David, but Tracy Wolfson gets there with Larinaga, and, I think the second question was something along the lines of, what did you say to your team after? And he says, there's this old TV show I used to watch called Wide World of Sports. And they talked about the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. And for a lot of our audience right now, they're going, yeah, Miller, I know. I watched the show my whole life. But for Felipe on the other side of the glass, he may have heard that for the very first time from Larinaga. And that was the moment in which I went, oh, my God, am I old?
No, I've heard Nance say that over the air. March Madness, that's like the typical thing that they use. The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. That's where I've heard it. But I didn't know that was from a show called
kind of the staple of a show for
I didn't even know
quarter
that show
century, right?
I didn't even know that show existed.
That's my point.
Yeah, you're old.
That's my point. That was the show of David and I's youth that came on the weekends. We watched the skier. We watched the celebration. We watched a skier tumble off of the jump.
Jumping. Yep. And of course, a little bit of irony. Jim McKay was the host and the voice of ABC's Wide World of Sports. And his son, Sean McManus, is the president of CBS Sports.
So that was, of all the things, when Larinaga talked about that as if it was, in my head, like it was hundreds of years old. Come on, Jim, it's Wide World of Sports. What do you mean it's an old TV show? Oh, yeah, it is a really old TV show.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. They showed a guy doing a dive the other day. Okay, it was like an old TV sports moment in which they showed you, remember climbing up those metal towers and standing on those little platforms, right? And a guy was doing like a 3.5 somersault thing into a pool. It wasn't even jumping off the cliffs of Acapulco. It was just Saturday afternoon live on ABC Sports. Some guy standing up there holding on to, the metal framing. All right, so he doesn't get blown off. And eventually he's going to take his arms off that and he's going to dive.
Wide World of Sports last aired, David, in 1998. That was the last show.
Okay. And I was even thinking early 90s. So
ran from 61 to 98.
That's a run right there. That's a run. Felipe's got to live 15 more years to equal that run.
But yes, that was the original thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. And very much what happened to Miami, and particularly FAU.
Yes.
Who really endured the agony of defeat.
Very quickly, because I know we got to do the play of the day. I do believe if FAU could just do it over again, he shot the ball too soon. If you're going to hold it to the end, hold it to the end. He put the shot up. The ball left his hand with 10 seconds to go. Shot was partially blocked. They grabbed the ball. They outlet it to the guard. There's like 8.5 seconds left in the game when the guard gets the ball. If in theory he had to release the shot before 6.5, if he just releases it 3 seconds later, obviously he would not have had time to do what he did. My guess is he either would have had to pull up sooner and shoot it, or he would have put his head down and just driven to the basket and put the onus on the official as to whether they were going to call something or not.
We will never know because, as you mentioned, took the shot with 10, gave them time to come down, and San Diego State, who didn't lead the entire second half, takes it with the final shot and wins. Time now for our play of the day. I wonder what it's going to be. Go ahead, Felipe.
It was that shot that sent the Aztecs to the national championship game. And it was Lamont Butler who took it. And here's the call by Ted Leiter, San Diego Sports 760.
On the drive against AG, puts it up. Short rebound, AG. AG got the rebound. Here are the Aztecs down 1, 4, 3. Lamont Butler. Pull-up jump shot. Good. They're storming the court. Who's going to the championship game? Not FAU. No. The San Diego State Aztecs are going to the NCAA championship game on Monday. How about them Aztecs? How about them boys?
In the words of Ted Leitner. And we got the matchup that no one wanted for the finals. San Diego State versus UConn.
It's our Clutch Vodka play of the day. That's Clutch with a K. Check them out at clutchspirits.com and look for Clutch Vodka wherever you do buy your spirits.
How about them boys? What is he, Jimmy Johnson in the locker room there? What
I was wondering.
What were they, the Wyoming Cowboys? Dallas Cowboys? How about them boys? What's going on there?
He wasn't ready for it. I think he was already chalked up for the losing.
I was going to say, he seemed totally caught off guard. He asked a rhetorical question in his call. Who's going to the championship? Not FAU. It's like, wait, what? You're the voice of San Diego State.
Even threw in a, no. San Diego State.
But the Aztecs and the Huskies tonight. The Huskies are 7.5-point favorite. I don't, for the life of me, see how they don't cover, David. I really don't.
Well, and if they cover, they have a very good chance to be the 5th team to win every game in the tournament by double digits. And if you're covering, that's winning by at least 8. Miller and Moulton, good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when next.
Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka play of the day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN play of the day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the play of the day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka play of the day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka play of the day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Holy cow. Think the clothes are dry?
Yes, Cam Smith was in the final group last year. Did not see that about Bob Knight in the hospital. By the way, that's the job Dusty May is going to wait for, in my opinion. Indiana. He's from Indiana. He was a manager under Bob Knight in the mid-90s. I think that's the job he's going to hold out for. Now, I don't think it's going to come open for 2-3 years. I mean, Woodson's doing a decent job. Yeah, the problem Deadstruck with isn't Cal's buyout like $35 million if they fire him? I mean, it's big. What's that?
Oh, just someone retweeted the Hogger tweet about Tiger playing with the DeChambeau couples and Tom Kim, and Shane McNichol says, what a wild foursome. Did they all sign up as singles on golfnow.com?
Nice.
$15 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour, 16 until we're out of here. The home stretch, Miller and Moulton. Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin. We'll begin our Masters previews all on the show tomorrow. Right now, it is time for...
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
1882 we start. Jesse James shot by fellow gang member Robert Form. 1922, Stalin appointed General Secretary of the Russian Communist Party by an ailing Lenin. That worked out well for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
1953, TV Guide publishes its first issue. Desi Arnaz IV, professionally known as Desi Arnaz Jr., was on the cover. Little shot of Lucille Ball as well. 1960, Elvis records It's Now or Never. 66, Seaver signs with the Mets for a $50,000 bonus. 68, Planet of the Apes premieres nationally in the U.S. Today in 1973, the first mobile phone call is made in downtown Manhattan. Motorola employee to the Bell Labs headquarters in New Jersey. 83, USC beats La Tech for the second ever women's national basketball championship. Cheryl Miller is your most outstanding player. In 1988, Lemieux wins the scoring title, stopping Gretzky's 7-year run with it. Today in 89, Junior makes his debut. At 19, hits a double. Later that evening, Michigan would beat Seton Hall for the Wolverines' first title. Glenn Rice named the tournament most outstanding player.
Controversial foul call. Ramil Robinson driving to the basket. Second half to go.
95, UCLA beats Arkansas for their 11th title.
I don't know if I've ever lost more money on a single game in my life. Arkansas trying to repeat, and I was riding them hard.
2000, Sparty beats Florida. 2006, Florida beats UCLA. Noah, the most outstanding player of the tournament. 2007, Tennessee's women beat Rutgers for their 7th title. Candace Parker named the most outstanding player. 2012, it was Baylor's turn to win the women's title. And in 2017, North Carolina beats Gonzaga for the men's championship. Doris Day, Marlon Brando, Lyle Alzado all born today. Those celebrating birthdays, Alec Baldwin, Eddie Murphy, Peekaboo Street, Jenny Garth, and Jared Allen. What did I miss?
I don't know if you mentioned it. Did you mention today's the day Jesse James got shot?
I did.
Okay. There you go. I know you went 1870. This was a little after that. I missed
No,
it.
it's actually where I started with the Jesse James thing.
Oh.
But that's all right. If Felipe, you got an obscure basketball stat you're going to give us today?
Did you mention the Suggs game winner? Final Four 2 years ago.
40-footer banked it in against UCLA in the semis.
To keep the undefeated season alive, they would go on to lose in the national championship game. By the way, that shot was on 4-3-2-1. Pretty righteous.
Okay.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
The Captiva Chapel by the Sea finally opens for the first time since Ian. Anytime anything's good happening on Pine Island, Sanibel, Captiva, I think it's worth mentioning. And so another opening as we're still digging out. For the bad, we go to Colorado, where 2 Colorado residents were arrested after setting a booby trap outside of their front door that injured another person. A man that was going door to door as a paint salesman went up to the door, caught the tripwire, and was taken down. When police reported the house, they found another booby trap at the door. The second device included what investigators said was a pepper spray-like chemical agent aimed towards the face of anyone who tripped it. A lot of things I learned in this story. One is I may never knock on another door again the rest of my life. And 2, there are still door-to-door salesmen, David.
Which one would have to think that would be a staggeringly difficult job these days.
Yes.
Do you answer your door?
Yes.
Do you answer it only after checking to see who
Yes.
is outside?
Oh, yes. I
Does
would
your-
never just blindly open my door without looking.
Even though you live in a gated community.
100% correct.
Okay. Does your wife answer the door?
Usually she tells me to. I mean, if
But-
we're both home, I that's a great question.
But I'm curious. Like, my wife does not answer the door. She does not answer the door. Period. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. The person could be banging on the door with cries for help. She'll call 911. My wife does not open the door for anyone.
Finally, the ugly. We'll come back to Naples, where apparently Sarah Cochran had a rough day.
Okay.
He was sitting outside at a table at a racetrack gas station with a pizza in front of her. Maybe the pizza wasn't done right. Maybe she was just ticked off, but she started throwing pieces of pizza at Racetrack's door.
Wait a minute. This is unnecessary.
Oh, it gets worse. Because a Collier County deputy was filling his patrol vehicle, and he heard someone screaming as if an argument was about to begin. So he replaced the gas pump and went to investigate the cause of the screams. As he approached the screaming, he found Sarah Cochran, who had now stood up from her table and was walking to the door leading to the racetrack. She spit this time at the door. The confused deputy tried to figure out what was happening. She ignored him. And then he said it'd be a good idea for you to leave. That's when she spit pizza right in the deputy's face.
Golly. I was just talking about this over the weekend. You don't run and you don't make physical contact with them. Golly.
After the pizza landed on the officer's face, he decided to take the woman into custody, but she resisted. After he grabbed her arm, she spun away, cold cocked him in the side of the face. That brought out the taser. He pointed it to Cochran's midsection and missed, and it went a little high, catching her in the breast.
She spit on him. He's okay.
She was finally apprehended. No word on who took the taser out.
I do have a question. And if there is an officer listening in the next 7 minutes, please text us at 21,000. What is the official charge if someone spits pizza on you? I mean, you can't get them for assault, can you?
Not with a deadly weapon, but it's certainly assault.
I mean, is spitting on you assault?
Yes.
Come on. Assault.
100%.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I would think, I'm putting it down and, making a judge throw it out or something, but I'm just wondering, does that reach the standard of assault?
100%.
Okay.
And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on this April 3rd, 2023.
Does it matter, by the way, she didn't just spit? She spit pizza as well.
Could be a deadly weapon. How warm was the cheese at this point? Or if the pizza was really bad.
Does that go from misdemeanor assault to felony assault right there if there's a topping involved?
Pepperoni in the eye, you never know.
There's no NBA tonight. How about the association saying, you know what? College basketball, they do a lot for us. Not as much as they used to, but they do a lot for us. And you know what? We're going to give them their night. We're not even scheduling nothing. Just have your night. It's late in our regular season. We could probably jam some games in, but nope, that's okay. We're going to wait till tomorrow.
The NHL with 3 games tonight.
Right. We'll say there's some tricky playoff ramifications there. The seeding is entirely up for grabs out west, and all 3 games are Western Conference teams. But Seattle still has to secure their playoff spot, and they're hosting Arizona. And you got Nashville, who's fighting for the last wild card spot, and Dallas, who's fighting to be the number 1 overall seed. So we got a little bit of everything, but it's out west where nobody cares.
But you have day baseball to watch today, David. Your Mets and the Brewers getting it on at 2:00 today.
Mets start with a week on the road before coming home. By the way, I think all 30 major league teams playing today.
Not respecting the tournament at all. Marlins hosting the Twins. That one's at 6:40. Rays are at the Nats. That one is at 7:05.
Listen, it's early. They play a lot of games. But, the Phillies are 0-3, and they're heading to the Bronx to face the Yankees for 3. I mean, not saying, must games or anything like that, but, I mean, it sucks to come home 1-5, 0-6 on the first road trip of the year. You want to entertain yourself, by the way, download Bryce Harper's in-game interview last night. OMG. I don't ever think there's been a player do an in-game interview and be more bored than Bryce Harper was. I think he zoned out on them when they were talking to him. He was staring into the stands, and he just zoned out on them.
Trey Turner was getting interviewed live during their game last night. The first pitch goes out of the park as he's at shortstop, and he gave it away. Before the announcer could say anything, they kind of introduced Turner, and you hear the crack of the bat, and he goes, "Oh, no."
Uh-oh.
And then proceeded to blame the announcers. Wasn't our fault. We didn't do anything wrong. It was you guys.
UConn 7.5 over San Diego State. Over under around 132.5. Basically 70 to 62.5. That's what Vegas has this game at. I'm laying the points with UConn, but I'm going under. I don't think San Diego State gets a 60.
79-60 is your final.
So you're going over.
I am.
I'm going under. UConn 70. I'll go with my original pick, 68-54.
So we
10
both
under.
like UConn laying the points. David's going under. I'm going over. Bet accordingly.
And there you go. That's it. College hoops, men and women, be done.
It's like it just started a few weeks ago, too, David.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't pay attention to the first 3.5 months of the season.
And most of you didn't. And most of you
No.
don't. But you were given a great tournament. Even going into the Final Four. I mean, FAU, it stunks that they lost. But it went right down to the buzzer. The women's game has never had more people watch it. And they're upset because there was trash talking in the women's game. They've arrived, David. They have definitely arrived.
And think about it. There will be individual women's games that will be promoted next year in which millions of sports fans will go, oh, yeah, I remember her. Or, ooh, really? Now, they have to schedule them. To the Tennessees, the UConns, the South Carolinas, the Stanfords of the world, they've all been great at playing each other. Now, LSU, Kim Mulkey, you dodged everybody this year. Remember, Mark, it was not just this year, it was last year, her first year. She complained bitterly about playing FGCU because FGCU went to Baton Rouge, beat them by 14. And she basically said, who the hell was the dumbass who put these guys on the schedule?
We'll see now, as the reigning national champ, how they schedule at LSU. But a banner year for women's college basketball. No two ways about it. A little trash talking to finish the season as LSU cuts down the nets. Who cuts down the nets tonight? San Diego State or UConn? We'll talk about it tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Until then, thanks for listening to the Florida Sports Network.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only